As we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah, coming in a little hot as I just get home and we're jumping on right away. So the PTS isn't up yet. I tried loading into it, got errored out, so I'm guessing it'll be at 2, but that's also good. We can kind of warm up here a little bit. What's me in the background? Wait, first let me check everything. Oh, that everything's titled correctly and categoried. Just quickly answering some DMs in as I maybe I should have done that first before hitting go. But in the meantime, let's load you up while we're waiting.
Safe area detected.
We guess we're pulling short rations again.
A day when nobody comes knocking is a good day.
Baggage screening is mandatory. Please remove all metallic objects and electronic devices when entering the safe area.
Yeah, I totally forgot to reply to that person yesterday, so I'm just quickly getting that out of the way. Oh, also just in Discord see that they've extended it to 3 o'clock, so we'll have a little bit more time even than expected. So I didn't need to rush actually, but we're here anyway. And he does me, and he the race, and he the hitman, and battle. And yeah, well, the show starts in 1.5 hours, at least by current estimation, because they extend they delayed PTS by an hour. I have it preloaded. So wait, let's be in this channel. Yeah. So 3 o'clock my local time, which is an hour and a half. But that's good as well, because there's 2 things I might want to do before that, and we'll do hopefully both. First is I want to go into Descent and get a recording of a Nemesis fight with Gluttony. And this is a good time for that. And yeah, I wouldn't actually mind jumping into Div 1 for a tiny bit and just doing a named run or 2 or something. Yeah, no, it's I'm starting a little bit. The plan was to be here already a little bit before, because also I'll have till like 5:30, 6 at the latest, which will mean we'll have 3 hours with PTS if it goes up at, or 2.5 or 3 hours. Once the PTS is up, and then I'll be back in the evening for a little bit more, but there's also work stuff I have to do in between. Yeah. Do I want to go do something to warm up? You know what? Let's just do an activity or 2. Let's get a bounty or 2 here. Actually, wait. Do you need bounties? Yeah, you can't use bounties. So I got a bounty or 2, just warm up a little, and then we'll jump into Descent. Always suck if I don't warm up and go into Descent right away. And yeah, I've had a pretty good day so far. Mostly got my work stuff done for the day, so the rest of the day is mostly mine, except yeah, later on a little bit. But that's a short thing, and then I'll be back in the evening. Annoyingly, I'll be away tomorrow the whole day, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is. But then we'll have the whole of Sunday. It's always annoying that PTS is basically 3 days. And quite often I have to miss 1 day at least. But also it'll be enough. Because, yeah, a lot of the discussion will center around escalation and stuff, and I'll just be playing around with it. Because the gear set, brand set, exotics and stuff. The gear set is interesting, the brand set is... in its current state, nothing interesting. The weapon talents and the weapon exotics are interesting, but gear names aren't really.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Is that the last one? This is what it's come to?
Difference in feel without red line. They really need to add a toggle for those kind of things.
They're moving on my position. Buckle up. Shit! None of them left.
Oh yeah. I know, we'll jump into VTS when it's up. Once it's up. But in the meantime, we'll keep busy. Just to keep busy. Now let's get a few baddies here, and then we'll jump into Descent. So let me double check. I'm pretty certain I don't have Gluttony yet. There's a video I want to make, which is basically the Nemesis in Descent, but then with each and every of the talent pools. So I have Envy, of Greed, I have Slot. Yeah, so we just need Gluttony and then Wrath. Yeah, they extend. I saw the extension. It's always like PTS is generally even 10 minutes after the scheduled time. But yeah, we'll see it when we see it. But I don't mind, because it gives me the time to quickly go do that Gluttony. Because I needed to wait till today as well for it to have redline dissipate. So. Oh, actually, wait, so what do we have now? Optimization search, right? Yeah, so double optimization resources. Yeah. Did my optimization search what I need to do. Fill back up on field recon and that's all I'm going to be doing with that one. Let's fill back up on field recon and SHC calibrations. You have to watch out in that thing of like you get double resources, but the double resources are after you basically complete it. So in there it'll show half resources. An easy way to kind of split the difference is just if you have, you know, it also lists how much remaining. You basically need to hit a 50-50 there. Like if you have, 70, like you have 150 left, then it'll be, at 75, you'll have 75 remaining. So that'll be the way to... Without even calculating, just letting the system kind of... Grenadier. Wow.
We did it.
Yeah, we totally did it. And then, yeah, in Escalation itself, because we have a lot of open questions as well, like what is the drop rate on prototype gear? We need to figure that out. Is it through targeted loot? I mean, it must be, right? And thank you for the kind words there, Ian. And yeah, we'll try. And hey there. Thank you, yeah. Like actually even going through the comments, starting to realize like how many, because I especially consider, like, I still consider the two issues I brought forward to be the major issues. But then also coming to the realization of, oh yeah, like even beyond like gear sets, talents, for instance, being impacted by this. And then also like, yeah, they're wanting to like no recalibration means no talent swapping. Because also, yeah, you've just made Killer a lot worse than Ranger, most likely. Anything that is a separate multiplier, but yeah, like inherently the thing that I did catch is like, oh yeah, inherently this is a buff to anything that is a separate multiplier from gear sets, so it's basically a buff to strikers as well on top, versus like tipping skill and Coco. But yeah, weapon talents and stuff as well, and now we can't even recalibrate them. And then also like, because people brought up as well of like just limited to that, like just limited to the mode. The issue with that is you basically need a second, because the crit is not going to line up. So you need a second setup, but that's already the plan for the raids and incursions, making it even harder for people to get into the raids and incursions. Just because now you need basically, you can't, if you just take your prototype set, the crit is going to be all wrong because it's going to revert to like non-prototype stats. So for raid, you would just need a normal build preferably, because also likely you'll have better stats depending on how it normalizes. Because if it's normalizing on percentage of the bar, and the bar isn't full and normalizes down, now you have, for instance, like 4 crit chance even on normal bees. You would think it would normalize down to like, the overhang, but even then, like, you need a different build set up for raid and incursion. Like, just the fuck. Just don't touch the stats. Like, it breaks so much. We'll see if we can convince them.
You don't have to hurt me. I'm no one special. I'm not lying. I can't tell you anything.
There's also ones that don't have the stats being different. Like, you just have recalibration at that point. As only as one of the major reasons for not having recalibration is just to, because there is that. There is the, like, we don't have anything really that we grind for nowadays, except for resources. But actually, I'm kind of fine with the setup we have already. And that's one of the reasons I'm over here, basically. I'm playing this game. I was looking for the chase the loot I would be playing like maybe Diablo or something.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yes, we can. Oh, this is due to how much easier it will be to get the crit cap. Most likely, yeah. I mean, the thing is, prototype gear is gonna take forever to kind of actually, even if it goes in like that.
Serious trauma detected.
3 extra patrols.
Agent killed.
It's fine. Let's just die. So actually, yeah, let's go to descent. That was always not the best in slot. It was always the meta. Because it wasn't always true already anyway. It wasn't for tipping skills. Although actually I wonder, outside of tipping, like, yeah, it might actually, that might not per se be true. It might just be now equivalent to rate of fire and stuff like that. So it would be just like a tie. Because Gorchans was ahead by a lot. And also we have now more options with like things like salvo and stuff to give up crits. I also want to see like, yeah, how the named items work, even how they have it now, like how the named items work. Because if, for instance, yeah, things like salvo inherently are 1.5 times and stuff with one of their stats, just by virtue of just simplicity, they're just gonna the easiest picks. Same for Fox's Prayer and stuff like that. Yeah, grab some lunch on the way home as well, because I was haven't eaten yet, but in the background I'll be crunching down on some salad here, so but yeah, turns out AK has to eat. Yeah, let's clean up first. Could you be able to buff a proto player? I mean, yeah. It's just, I mean, it's just extra stats and extra talents. It's just all gonna, you know, it's just stats. It's the same as like, you know, somebody level 30 running a coyote.
Doing business with you.
You get the buffs. There will be no reason for it to work basically any other way. We'll test it, of course. We'll play in groups and stuff, but it will be very weird if suddenly group interactions suddenly work differently. Yeah. I mean, we're just gonna go proto gear, proto weapons. Oh yeah, Crew said that. Oh yeah. We'll just call it proto, or hell, even pro gear. We have the amateur gear and we have the pro gear and weapons. And then we'll have semi-pro.
Shade tech prohibited. Access denied.
If it's not max roll.
Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program.
Let's see. Start the simulation. Here, let me go into my recording folder for a second. Because I had the Nemesis fight, I'm going to record one of those segments again from the Nemesis fight kind of deal. Gluttony is the worst. Truly the worst. Although it's still good enough. We'll get it. We'll get it there.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Easy.
They postponed. They extended it by like it'll start an hour later.
Spawn from highlighted doors.
I feel saying
Hostile
postpone
construction
for an hour is maybe a bit much better. Yeah, it'll start an hour later. And then also generally the PTS is like already always 15 minutes late, if nothing else. even more so than, you know, just normal maintenances.
Console available.
But basically an hour 15 from now is the current schedule time, which, as with all things PTS, everything's subject to change.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
Neutron gear. It'll be okay for new players. For that stuff. Thing is, everybody's kind of focused on like the expertise 30. The expertise 30 is an upgrade path. It's just also just going to drop. Although what that means without recalibration, we have to see,
Constructing hostile
because
combatant.
the current wording is that
Hostile
you can't
construction
recalibrate
initiated.
anything prototype related, which means that like how it's just even getting the right stat. But it depends also how much it drops. Like if it's just everything in there drops prototype, you know, eventually with targeted and stuff you'll get the right setup, but there's a bunch you have to figure. I will do so. At least how it's currently set up. And then as well, of course, everything
Supply
in the
station
future is
online.
subject to change. But expertise, yeah, I mean, expertise already could use, again, a reduction, let people catch up.
Entering new location.
Nightmares.
Difficulty rating easy.
Thing is, for me personally, like even if it goes in as is, like that's not a deal breaker for me. Like I'm not on the like, if they do this, I quit. I can get that and kind of having that sentiment, but I won't.
Hostile
Where would I go?
initiated.
Right? Is there an equivalent game? No. Honestly, for me personally as well, like I am someone who enjoys like getting loot and stuff. I'll grind something if there is if it's grindable. Thing is though that yeah, I feel like with the stats in there, it just because yeah, even beyond that video, like we were just talking right now of like some of the other points that become clear like afterwards, and then also like by what people brought up a few things, like some people brought up like, hey, have it just work for in the mode escalation. The second you start thinking about that, it becomes like, oh, but then crits don't line up, and now you have to have a set in there and a different set out of there. But that's already also what they're planning for the raid and incursion, to not unbalance those. So already for the raid and incursion with the current plans, you would need basically, you know, different pieces, if nothing else, just to have more crit chance. But then if you implement it like that, now that mode, basically you need a different set for in that mode and a different set for everything. Which just seems tedious and annoying. And also how much more unbalanced actually, like, things it unbalances, because also, yeah, weapon talents. Like, I was just thinking about, like, some of the gear sets, but yeah, it's a lot of the talents, a lot of weapon talents. Everything that is a separate multiplier is... This is a buff to everything like that, and that includes Striker, which... Why we buffing Striker? So... And all of that is down to the stats, like the...
Difficulty rating.
I mean, yeah, yeah. Hashtag keep the augments, lose the stats. I feel that's, yeah. Well, happy you're looking forward to it. So later, no, I just wanna. At least that's the current. What was the thing? What did it say? PTS start time has shifted and is now expected to be around, yeah, basically 1 hour. Or wait, yeah, right. Yeah, 20th of March. So I was just like, wait, did I miss like it's only 21st of March or something? No, it's basically an hour. Yeah. It's 20th of March, 1500 my local time, which is an hour and 10 instead of 10. So, minor attributes with main core still level 40. Because actually the minors are like actually the cores being higher, like that's still unbalances stuff, but actually that breaks less stuff, although you're still breaking everything weapon damage related. It's or well you're it's changing the balance on everything weapon damage related, which for instance for Coco and stuff is detrimental. But it's actually more like the crit that is more annoying. Because also now, especially without recalibration. Oh. It's like, what was that effect? But that effect was this the arch getting lit up there. Because now as well, as you get pieces and stuff, you need to like rechange your gear. Or, realign your gear to still hit. Because, I upgrade my chest and, you get an 9 crit chance there. Like now I need to change the rest of the build to, align with that 9 crit chance. And all of that kind of stuff. But actually the minors are just more actually what breaks just the... But all of the stats just... With age. I mean, yeah. That's also why I just never like go with that. Like there are things that will make me quit outright, but that I've already like if suddenly like 5 times XP is behind the season pass, I'm out. If the bikini outfits from the Chinese version make it over, I'm out. Like those things are non-negotiable. All of these stuff is not that. So that came out, yeah. Thing is though, and then the thing is, yeah, you would need a different set for in there than outside because of crit. Unless they raise the crit cap in there, but then even then, because of the not max stats, you would want to, shuffle stuff around because, you would want to hit the new crit cap then. But then you're creating a set for in there and a set for out of there, which at that point it would be better just to have it be like the permanent upgrade system or something. And at that point I would just leave it as is and just have it without and just balance that mode around. Current gear. Missed all of that. Well, likely more what would happen if that ever comes over here. I would load up, see that it's in the game, and that will be the end of that stream. And next stream I will become a variety streamer. We'll be just chatting. Those parts are to me non-negotiable. The rest, that's to a degree as well, like how unbalanced this makes the open world is. How unbalanced does Assault make the open world, right? Agonizing is not actually that strong here. I mean, out of this, as overall adaptive or busy would have been nicer, but Gonna take a skill tier and hope for a fire cam. So recalibrate, yeah, exactly as well. Like that recalibration needs to not like be a thing, like especially for talents and stuff. Like from the stats perspective, I can get it because they likely just want to get away without needing to retool. Having a library or separately for prototype gear, but then just have a library for prototype gear. That would give people also something to grind for. Although, depending on how often it drops, that could be extremely tedious. Because that's also one of the big questions here, is just like, how often does this drop? Because if it rains prototype gear, that already at least solves the getting it issue a little bit. Like if every loot drop in prototype is basically prototype gear, or in escalation. I may want to extend to post 5 instead of post 4. We'll see. The options, is that just a guesstimate or based on something?
Location. Difficulty rating. Easy.
Because also a drop chance with that from like which scale. Because 0.1% drop chance per enemy is something different than per drop, for instance.
Hostile spawn from highlighted.
Although I'm guessing it's just in jest.
Hostile construction.
Unless somebody has said something. Because, you know, the data miners have been data miningly. So, it's definitely already a lot.
Console available.
A lot out there. So you heard of it? I've heard of it. I didn't really play it. I saw some other people play it. I watched Shark play it a little. Yeah, it's like a rifleman. Concussion would feed even more into total weapon damage. I need to start feeding a little bit into weapon damage. Although yellows is also there are no really good yellows here, because I'm also not really gonna go for shotgun or something. We already have salvage. But yeah, I do at some point I do want to extend it to maybe get a boss room at some point. Oh, also a fire cam, which I will use. Some bars. Yeah. Although I mean, as far as you guys know, I have no like. I have hands that much. For the rest of it, I could just be a robot. As far as you guys. So I don't feel a bikini is really showing up here. PTSing 1 hour, that yeah, around 1-ish hours.
Room selected.
They delayed
Rating.
the start of it by an hour.
Hostile construction
here we are.
initiated.
But that works out for me because yeah, I've been needing
Hostiles
to.
constructing.
Definitely wanted to still do my
Spawn from
weekly, even though,
highlighted doors.
as far as I understand, that there's not going to be any comms that I get here. Also, I still just want to do my a descent per week. It's interesting as well. Yeah, the descent comms are coming to retaliation. So for a lot of people, that'll also be a solution. And it seems to be like just you get one every time you do it, kind of like the manhunts. That's like how it seems set up, at least if I understood it right. So that'll be cool as well. Because this rerun system here is not great.
Room selected.
Hey, there's speed.
Difficulty rating.
Anyways,
Medium.
enjoy.
Constructing hostile combatant. Hostile construction initiated.
If we get a insta-geep. One survivor.
Console active.
That's why I like the fire cam. Skynet, yeah. The K stands for Skynet. It's, you know, Skynet. Why am I just staring at that? Landing on 50. Red line's over here. That's also the reason actually I'm doing this run now. Because I didn't want to do this run with red line.
Medium.
That would have been cheating.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Because I'm going to record the Nemesis fight for
Hostile spawn from
an upcoming
highlighted
just
doors.
Nemesis with each rotation, with each talent pool video.
Opening fire.
I still need a Gluttony, and hopefully at some point we get Wrath.
Supply station available.
Should take an optimization in the last one, but that's hindsight. Don't want preservation 3 per se, but I also don't want to reroll there for not much reason. You need some damage here. How are you doing, sir? Let's go.
Entering new location.
I know.
Difficulty rating. High value.
Still need to. Oh yeah, actually we can do that now because that was the annoying thing with Redline as well.
Hostile construction
Like Tuesday was like, oh
initiated.
yeah, let's actually upgrade some of the parts of the build collection,
Hostile spawn from highlighted
and then
doors.
oh yeah, no Redline stats, like the stats aren't real. It's smart to focus on the name as much as I was there, but I'm gonna get away with it.
Damn you.
But yeah, with the red line over, yeah. Although, yeah, we're not gonna do that now because PTS, but at least next Monday or something we can get some of those builds updated. Enough for an extra reroll. Could take the SSG and get opportunistic. And I found I'd rather keep the fire. Skip. Because also, yeah, Famas just eats. I'll have an LMG. Yeah, let's look at the Famas. There's a Famas that reload this here too long. Oh! And thank you so much, dear Kestrel, for 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, dear. And yeah, thank you for feeding into the apparel pool. As always, much appreciated. Hope you're having a great day. And yeah, thank you so much. That's why I was just barely paying attention. So, and listen. Although actually, no, I didn't listen for long. And I think everybody that got one there will be very appreciative too. And yeah, I hope so as well. Although, yeah, they which was kind of surreal almost, but
Entering new location.
nowadays,
Difficulty rating,
especially
medium.
BRZ sometimes is in
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
goes around the streams, and he's a dev. He's actual dev as well. Like not just communication or something, but actual dev.
Console active.
And yeah, him saying like, "Oh no, we know about your stuff." It was kind of surreal almost. Of like, you know, oh. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully that'll never come to pass. But they've been already good about those kind of
EMP
things.
hazard
Like
detected.
there's a lot of stuff from the Chinese version they could have
Room
brought
selected.
over to days
Difficulty
that
rating, medium.
would have been that. And even the one time that they kind of did
System disrupted.
bring over something that was somewhat like that, because the summer apparel event was actually in the Chinese version.
Hostiles
A
constructing.
lot more bikini
Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
than it was in
System back online.
here, which
Console available.
I appreciate it. Didn't have to quit the game. Six. But that also then appeals to its demographic, which is much more, or like it's much more common for Chinese games to kind of go that route and stuff.
Difficulty rating medium.
Yeah, the gameplay there as well is just with the augmentation, like with the. I mean, yeah, augments not mean something in our game as well, but
Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
that's also way more pay to win
Constructing
as
hostile
well.
combatant.
There's one thing I'll definitely give massive is, for a large part, to keep it to a degree, I feel also fair, and like yeah, they don't chase
Console online.
just doing something just
Supply
because
station
it's
available.
popular or stuff like that. Because I feel, yeah, especially Chinese version definitely has. I mean, yeah, they have legendary on everything, but their legendary like is honestly, it's not gonna be that much different from
EMP attack
Because-
simulation online.
Escalation is kind of that as well. Or at least Escalation has tiering to it and like
Hostile construction.
currency
initiated.
system and stuff like that. But yeah, their legendaries are just yeah the normal missions, but then
Hostiles
harder.
spawn from highlighted doors.
Which is also not per se like. Because to me as well, that breaks the term of legendary. Legendary. Still
Console
to this day, like
available.
I feel is associated to like White Tusk. Just gonna skip this choice. It's just gonna cost me a bunch of rerolls, and honestly, mostly gonna see blues and yellows. We'll cut our losses.
Chemical hazard activated. Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High value target. Constructing hostile combatant.
But yeah, their gear system is like 1,000 times worse than what they're,
Construction
for
initiated.
instance, trying to introduce here. With how, you know, you grind to just get better stats. That's like just basically it's the old just over level shit. You have nowhere to go.
I got you now.
Do you have a med pack? Yeah, dick. That was way more than of a fight. I need one nation. And yeah, definitely feel free to lurk away. Hopefully we'll have PTS in a little bit, and then yeah, we'll jump into there. And yeah, let's start. Likely first things first, we'll just go and like just shoot some shit in Escalation just for like half an hour, and then we'll go towards getting a look at the gear and stuff. It's gonna skip there. And extra yellow slots, don't really care about those because it's not like I want any extra yellows. We're definitely already on path unless we get all easies. But I actually also want to fight the Nemesis after loop 5.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Medium.
Pick this medium.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors. Constructing hostile combatant.
I'll pin
Grenade out!
Hey, deploying foam! No!
Console.
Getting
Available.
me out of Overwatch. Last one should be composure, right? Yeah. Well, definitely I should get composure. If we see it. The bathroom.
Room selected. Difficulty
Here,
rating.
Alex.
High value target.
And overall, that's been
Entering
well
new
received.
room. Difficulty rating. Hard.
It was kind of as expected.
Activating poison gas
One
simulation.
comment I had to delete, but that was actually less than I even expected of somebody going off, basically.
Just lie down and die. Like a cloak.
And not being very constructive. Right.
Taking heavy fire.
Well, even, yeah, some people actually made other points even clearer. Of like, even more than I like really paid attention to. It's gonna unbalance gear and such. Because yeah, I didn't even think about weapon talents, for instance, but yeah.
Online.
This is indirectly a buff to all separate multiplayer weapon talents. I'm gonna go broadcast. It's mostly because I want the
Room
better
selected.
boss room.
Difficulty rating. Easy.
And indeed, thanks again, Getzel, for all those gifted subs in here.
Initiated.
Let's see. Some happy people there.
Hostiles constructing.
Including me.
Hostiles
We'll
spawn
definitely
from
use that
highlighted
up for
doors.
next season. We'll have another.
Let's go.
Damn the
Because yeah, we'll have another passes to get. Meaning to do that, but I was also just like meaning to use that sticky, but I was kind of afraid that shotgunner would just run into me basically with that sticky. Just murder me with him. I was like, I keep forgetting. I do have Overwatch.
So much for this.
Console online.
Should
Supply
use it.
station activated.
Skip is also not worth much. I have the slots I need and stuff, so I'll just take that.
Entering
Not
new
that
location.
entrench will be useful.
Difficulty rating easy. Steam hazard activated.
Steam hazard. Good thing we don't have epic hazards.
Constructing hostile combatant.
EA Game Store hazard.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
Go get alone.
Like that.
Console available.
And surgical isn't valuable here at all. Oh yeah, I should just really need composure here.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High value target. Activating poison gas simulation. Hostile construction initiated.
That's
Constructing hostile combatant.
because this boss room is always a little larger, and that's kind of annoying, actually. I much prefer the other one, the missile silo. Agonizing not really helping much because we don't have much in the form of crit. We basically only have the base 25%. I could take some criticals, but the other talents are better anyway. Although I should have, instead of rifleman, taken critical, but also we haven't seen critical anyway, so it's a non-point. It's a moot point. I'm also kind of just waiting for my chems to recharge, actually, so I'm not really too concerned about killing this one too quickly, because I always have this sticky for that. But that was a good way to deal with the other wave, just waiting for the sticky for my fire chems to be back. And the zipper. Oh, and Hater Blim. So I was in the game there. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Hope you had some fun. And yeah, thank you so much for the raid there. And let's get you a shout out there. Let me catch up here, but yeah, welcome in Raiders. And yeah, hope you had a great stream. Go to all escalation tier, likely not in today. I'm just gonna try out the mode, likely get to like, I don't know, like maybe tier 2 or 3. My first interest is gonna be much more the gear and stuff than the mode. I know other people like will focus on that mode, like I don't need to be that one. People like a lot of other people will be very interested in that. I'm gonna try out that mode. I also mostly just want to see what the drop rates on like gear is at the lower tiers and stuff, and like if it's coming through targeted, and just there's a bajillion questions around also prototype gear and stuff with that mode that I want to answer first, and then actually I'm gonna mostly look at the gear set and the exotics and stuff and try to already plot those out. Yeah. Anyway, welcome in everybody. For delay. Yeah, they delayed indeed. We'll have it in like 40 minutes if everything goes right. Big ifs. But seeing as they just extended it an hour, if they're not shy about extending it for pretty long if they feel they need it. So, but yeah, it'll be around. So we have till Monday. Well, maybe they'll extend that time as well, because currently then it's till Monday 2 o'clock. But seeing as I started an hour late, they should maybe extend that. And we could actually take thingy. And over here, I'm doing a descent run, partially, just waiting, and also partially because it's Gluttony, and a video I've been meaning to make is basically doing the Nemesis run with all different talent pools, and Gluttony was not done yet, so we're doing it with Gluttony. I was waiting for red line to end so that, you know, we're not obviously cheating. Anyway, have a good rest, Plowman. Yeah. Thanks again for the raid. As always, much appreciated. And I deflexing. I'm busy. Yeah, that's gonna be. Yeah, that's one of the downsides. Always gonna be of cancels. Seeing as this is our last weapon pick, and I really don't need extra slots or anything, I'm just gonna buy the extra weapon choice here. What I might do otherwise is replace. I prefer the AUG over the FAMAS here, especially for the Nemesis fight. But we could also just go blinder instead of fire sticky. But I kind of like the fire. I'm fine with the fire sticky. Guess we're taking the AUG over, because also I want to keep this ammo pool. Sure. Feels like a weird choice, but I'm gonna go with that. It'll work better for the Nemesis. The damage per mag matters there. Console. Oh, did I actually? I didn't even know that. Yeah, we're on 94%, so I'm gonna grab a few mediums here.
Difficulty rating, medium.
I on purpose extended it to be after loop 5. Gluttony isn't strong, so I'll take a little bit of extra help. But luckily we did get fire cam, so that helps with getting through the loops. Fire cam, pretty good at clearing waves.
Console active.
And once we reach the Nemesis, yeah, I'm gonna record a segment real quick and have that be ready. Rifleman is not what I want that for. Rifleman is what I want at 1. Vigilance says laces. Still need composure, or I would like to have composure. Although if we see critical, I might just take that. We do have agonizing. So critical is at least, especially against Nemesis, kind of has a high uptime. But Gluttony by itself already has not great choices.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Medium. Constructing hostile
Hope,
combatant.
seeing as I have more resources, I would love the Sand to get a balance pass.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I'll just add trauma to all of them. Like that's a start.
Console online.
Because yeah, as it stands, Gluttony, for instance, is just way underpowered versus most of the other things. Because yeah, even Slot at least has like the high loop setup for it with Gunslinger, Versatile, Intimidate. It's actually pretty powerful.
Chemical hazard activated.
Also, yeah, it's just inherently not going to be worth it in a large part for that. Because yeah, patches on,
Hostiles constructing.
well, actually on all surfaces kind of
Highlighted doors.
cost money. And at least nowadays they have like one phase of PTS and stuff, but yeah, for a large part they have, you know, 2-phase PTSs and stuff.
Console available.
Because that's also why even on PC, like they don't, once something is ready or something is, you know, it'll get caught up in the next when the next patch hits, like the 0.1 and stuff is not like, unless something is severely breaking, they won't do like an emergency patch because that likely costs thousands in certifications with, you know, Sony and PlayStation and stuff like that. Because does the PTS actually, haven't kept up with it for a while, but PTS like still not for Steam, right? Or Epic as well.
Construction initiated.
If you bought it through those services.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Console active. Supply station available.
It's not very last pick? No. There's one more, right? No, that was the last pick. Should have maybe taken concussion then. Although, nah, honestly, prefer vigilance over concussion.
EMP
It's the same stat anyway.
detected. Entering new location. Difficulty
It's all
rating.
going into total
High value
weapon damage.
target. Hostile construction initiated. Constructing hostile combatant.
All the way around this, isn't it?
System curtailed.
Luckily, you can still ignite when
System
disrupted.
reactivated.
You go in. Time to reload here. Sarah? He says as he jumps down. Let that up for later. Don't want to give up this position is the thing, because I want to be... Don't want to chase him. Although, I'm just... It's often so hard to see through the... through that effect. Oh no, don't do special ammo. Fucker's also called Scorpio. It's fine though, just wait for him to actually come out. Just gonna go through the shield here. Oh, my stick isn't back yet. Where to jump down? Thank you. But that's too far. Because I'm very afraid of him having shock rounds. So just really playing it safe. Because yeah, shock rounds is like the end of that, right? Alright, let's get to the Nemesis fight. Yeah, let me take a quick bite of this. Actually, I haven't taken a bite at all. So I know that. Yeah. Let's actually spool up the hard disk. One character uses a separate PTS character. It's a snapshot from likely a few days ago. But no, but also you have, if you create a new character in there, you usually get a character that is like set up at level 40. Like if you just create new character, basically level 40 with the new gear and stuff on them already. But accounts going into there that already exist, it'll be a snapshot of usually like up to a week ago at most, kind of. And you'll just have your characters and whatever you have. So basically your account as it normally would be. Yeah, let's go here, first of all. And let me actually clear my map. Yeah, so Gluttony, talent choices, exotic choices, then we buy this and that, refill, and go into the fight, and then show the fight. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, going to think where I'm gonna put this, but let's just keep it agnostic, kind of at the start, without saying like, and now for just here we have Gluttony. Yeah, so that. Yeah. Here we have Gluttony. And Gluttony is definitely, I would consider, the weakest one, especially for a Nemesis fight. The main reason for that is that talent-wise, it doesn't have much going for it. while we do have a few what we would consider generally good exotics, in for instance Agonizing and Adaptive Instinct, in here actually Agonizing, which I do have in my loadout currently, there isn't much crit-wise here, so Agonizing actually isn't that great. The two good exotic talents here are especially Busy Little Bee and Adaptive Instinct. Especially Busy Little Bee, for instance, for the Nemesis fight, you can pre-stack it, take it into the fight, and then unload, at least for a little bit, for that 10 seconds, you can unload quite a bit. And if you time that well with, for instance, also foaming them or setting them on fire at that point, or maybe even having stagger rounds or flame rounds in that weapon, you swap to it, and then you would, actually you couldn't have special ammo in there because you would need to swap to put the special ammo in there, but if you have a skill going for you, yeah, you could get Busy Little Bee stacks before the fight and then have a really big damage increase for 10 seconds and usually burn them down in that time if you do it right. Adaptive Instinct would be my pick, even though I have Agonizing because I couldn't choose it. That wasn't part of the tree that I could pick at Loop 1. That was the only exotic I saw along the way. Talent-wise, a lot of the talents here are tied to weapon damage and total weapon damage, and not much based off of crit. There are some useful ones in here that, especially in group settings, for instance, Overwatch, can be really strong. This is one of the few, of course, that applies to allies together as well. We even have opportunistic in this, where in a group setting, definitely one person going for Overwatch and stacking that up as much as possible really does work out well, and then others don't need to take it because only one instance of this will be active across the whole group. And it basically is just whoever has the highest. And generally what we try to do if we are in groups with Gluttony is just one person takes this and then tries to level that up, and the rest kind of focuses on everything else. What I've taken here in my loadout is, Overwatch, Vigilance, Allegro, Rifleman, and Optimist. Because we have so much going into total weapon damage and weapon damage, you kind of have to have a mix of that. And I've basically, these two are, of course, weapon damage. These two are total weapon damage in Overwatch and Vigilance. Rifleman, Optimist are just all weapon damage. Allegro, a rate of fire multiplier. What I would have loved is Composure, even though it is even more total weapon damage. But it would have aligned well with Overwatch. If I'm sitting in cover, I'll trigger that one too. The one big difference as well with Overwatch is that Composure is just total weapon damage. Overwatch is also skill damage, total skill damage. So it actually helps. For instance, I am using a fire cam. It helps with that as well. Other choices we could go for is as well that we could go Concussion. If I do have Agonizing, I could have taken a few criticals because in the end this slot stayed empty. But that's because I just bought it with this last loop and I really didn't see anything good to put in there. But if I could have taken Composure or Critical, that would have been this last pick here. Rifleman, I have it at 3 stacks. I would have liked this to just been at 1, but that's the choices that I got. We have limited rerolls. I saw Rifleman. It's at least an increase. Let's take it anyway. But the good ones are definitely here to take, things like Overwatch, Composure, Rifleman. Concussion can work well if we're talking Nemesis run, especially as well, because or if we're talking Nemesis run. In general, this works. Concussion is definitely one of the better picks, even for just fighting waves. But for Nemesis, we won't get the headshot kill until we kill them, of course. So it'll be active afterwards, an on-kill talent. Vigilance will work out, Optimist will work out. Companion you can make work, especially if you have teammates. I wouldn't take any skills that you deployed. They can be hacked, especially in the Nemesis fight. So we wouldn't really be able to use Companion in here. As always, I've taken some Preservation. I have 1 stack of Entrench because otherwise it would have been a skip. I just took it. Doesn't really help much. With Agonizing, if we had Clutch a few up, could have helped, but that would also be an investment. Preservation just to get me here. It's not going to help me too much in this fight. Yellow side, if we have a shotgun or a MR, taking opportunistic, especially one person in the team, for instance, taking that and with a shotgun kind of marking enemies, especially here the Nemesis and such, in a group setting would work pretty well. Salvage is a pretty good pick just for the waves coming up to here, because killing a target has a 20% chance of refilling our magazine with just the 1 stack, and then every other step is 5%. So having that 1 stack of this isn't a bad pick, especially seeing as I had an LMG coming up to here. The last one, taking maybe an optimized is an option, and that's actually what I've gone with, just for some weapon handling. Weapons-wise, I got what I got, and gray LMG still, and green AR. That's kind of the tools I'm going to take there. fire cam and fire sticky. I did get lucky getting a fire cam, especially with this, because that made it getting to here a lot easier. I already saw in the store we have incendiary ammo and high velocity ammo. I have more than enough credits to actually get both of those, as we even went for a boss room along the way here. In this last loop. So, let me make the choice of putting the high velocity in the LMG, and I'll put the flame rounds in my AR. My AR being green is going to be my major tool. The rest of my currency, because we're not going to go beyond the Nemesis run here, the rest of it is just going to go into ammo capacity, and actually we get the full contingent there. We are on loop 5. I actually forgot to mention that. I took it one loop further than we normally would need to, and I did that on purpose, just to have a little bit more oomph, because Gluttony is so weak. With Gluttony, I will often choose to go one loop further just to have a little bit more talents and such. And yeah, it did help out a little bit, because especially in this last loop, I did get a bunch of reds added in.
Nemesis.
Mostly because I also had credits to reroll. We don't need to buy yellow slots. We don't need to buy blue slots in this talent pool. So just focus on the reds and get your reds up. I'm going to, as always, take the high ground.
System
It's
disrupted.
over Anakin. And we'll wait for them to kind of come into position. I'm just going to wait. They're obviously going somewhere into cover. Well, hopefully around here. I'm going to actually start shooting now. They are on fire. Also, by waiting, I had my Overwatch maxed out there. I'm just going to let them get a few out. I'm going to sticky them here. And my sticky is, of course, much more effective, and we round it
Simulation
out.
terminated.
Pretty easy fight in the end. Went better than expected, actually. Gluttony has some damage as long as you get good reds. Extending it by 1 here really helped me. I got a bunch of the upgrades that I got here were in that last one. Stuck to cover, got my Overwatch up, waited for my skills to come into play, waited for them to get close and be in a position where I could take them. I got lucky with having, skills that I could use there, and as well actually getting those flame rounds, because that was my initial opening phase there. And yeah, not too hard here even. Just play it smart and make use of the tools that you have. Yeah. That went well. We have Gluttony. And Gluttony is definitely... Just to make sure everything looks okay there. Would have been funny. Yeah, let's put this in here and then rename it Gluttony. How long was that? Because the fight itself was short, so 7 minutes. Yeah, each of these is like a few minutes, just because there's a bunch of explaining that we're doing as well. Gluttony. God damn it, Gluttony. Why you suck so much. Leva Descent. Yeah, let's go back here. Alright, sorry for those joining in. I was recording a segment there, so I was kind of focused on that. That'll be a future video at some point. I'm basically trying to record with each talent pool. And actually we just need Rat and then an intro and an outro. And then that video will be going out. I get a reconstructed cache. I'm not gonna try to hang on for it, even though it's 1 week. I'll just open it. Just to make sure as well. Yeah, so yeah. I feel I did every week, and yeah, so still missing a few. Luckily, Retaliation next season will have the Centcoms. So we can fix it there. And it seems to be as well, just you get one, kind of like Manhunts, you get one every time you complete one. Or as long as you can get them, basically. Yeah. Let's pop all these. I'm not gonna try to hang on to that reconstructed cache till like a week and a half. I have enough to buy enough. Also, we'll likely on both accounts do so much retaliation, because if we need to basically farm up a new faction, we'll do a lot of that. The one thing I do want to do is put this in the stash. I'm just keeping exotics in the stash. I would recommend doing that, especially now as well. Next week, we'll have Expertise Search, with expertise surge, when we deconstruct it, then we'll get double exotics. So it's kind of worth it. Yeah, because there's like 5 of those eventually, so it'll be a long video anyway. But it's also meant like that's my content anyway. Half of the time, the rambling is the content basically, because quite often, you know, it's the thing that's why I usually go a little bit longer, just explaining more and just saying all the things, because it's sometimes the one thing that I think is like obvious but isn't obvious to somebody else, and then they go like, wait, what was that? Like that. I have the same as well, of course, with other people. Like sometimes I'm just listening to other people and just like, oh wait, what did they just say? Oh wait, what happened there? I see some retracted messages. What's that? Just was added answer. Before to ask that again if you felt that. Hard reason. Is it the luck and prayers? Yeah. As it currently seems to be. That's why I don't know if you've seen my most recent video. I'm hoping that they reconsider changing stats and just have it be the augmentations and not the stats on top. Oh, and thank you so much to Darkfire for keeping that sub going. As always, much appreciated. And yeah, we'll be sure to make sure to spend it on some apparel and such in the upcoming season. We'll have to get some season passes and stuff, of course, as well. So, much appreciated. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. They're pretty relaxed day. And yeah, getting to hopefully jump into PTS pretty soon.
Come on over and take selection in the district.
Let's, because I definitely wanted to get this done, which we did. What I might do is, while we're waiting, you know what, let's try we'll try booting up PTS once here. Maybe it's already up. Although I'm sure that once it's up, we'll have. Oh, actually, you can't even hit play on it there. Wait, on main account I could hit play on it. I tried loading up and I got an error message. Here on second account I can't even hit play yet. Okay, odd. But yeah, we'll jump for a little bit. If everybody's okay with that, we'll jump into Div 1 for a minute, hot minute. Grind up some. Did I change my category? Or I might just be a dick and leave my category for different. Yeah, no, I wasn't planning on going deep there at all. It was just a Nemesis run, and also just to record, especially the Nemesis run, and also just to do my weekly Nemesis. I'm kind of happy as well with 4th account. We'll have a reason to keep doing the weekly Nemesis. Although, yeah, the comms are actually going to go to retaliation, so you don't need to do it for that. What is screen reloading? Lose all the caches after screen reloads and lose them. Oh, that drop on the ground, you mean? I mean, it is a bug, but it's just because of the leader. But that only also happens in group, or should only happen in group. It's only when the leader loads in so much slower than everybody else. You'll basically be put in your own session first. Your caches will drop, and then you get reloaded into. Because outside of that, I've never seen that happen. Unless there is also a solo thing that's causing that or something. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of looking forward to jumping into a PTS again just messing around there. It's been a while. Don't be there usually lunch. There's no usual to it. It's different times for each time it's come up. This time it was scheduled for 2. They extended it by 1 hour, so it's in like 10 minutes. If if but yeah, we'll see. It'll be up when it's up. That's generally as well why most of the time I shoot with PTS is I don't usually
Readings indicate
start
this
in the
area
afternoon.
is
I would
safe.
just start in the evening or something. Today, later on, I have a few work things I need to do that need to just happen in the evening. So it's not an option to do a long evening one. So that's why I'm jumping on early. Most of the time, it's better just to jump on late a little bit. I'm not sure if anybody is in Div 1 or is interested to maybe join for some
I hear you'll need it with this
weekly ones, because these are all pretty good for GE currency, so that's why I'm doing that. Oh, it is live. For me, it's not. Or maybe we need to log out then. Let's try. For me, the play button is still disabled. But let's maybe log out and log to main account. Oh, weird that it resessioned you for some reason then. But yeah, that means that, yeah, for some reason it took you away from that session after you loaded in. But it would only lose what's in the ground, which would include maybe an exotic and then mostly field proficiency. The rest, for a large part, goes to the mailbox. For me, even after logging out and in, it's not active yet. Actually, I can see Toasties in there, yeah. The interesting is, or did he actually get to load in? Because earlier on, I could actually load it up, but it just gave me an error and booted me. Because I think that might be what he is having now as well. Yeah, it's not actually happening. Oh, no worries. I mean, yeah, he's in there. See him actually in the friends list being in PTS. But yeah, it's not actually up yet. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's see a few of those bannies actually over there, and then it'll be up. We need 5 material from retaliation or from BTS. They're adding one resource type they were talking about. Not sure exactly why. I'm guessing it's maybe more for the. Maybe it's more for the. Like the exotic raid items and stuff, because Black Death already has a faction resource. That's what that's a defensive, or was it automated defenses? That's already nice. Neat. There's for the prototype stuff. No, the prototype stuff resources, at least for re-rolling them, that comes from the prototype gear itself by deconstructing it. Although, wait, was that the same name? I don't remember the name. But yeah, they're adding one resource type, but I'm not per se sure what that's going to be. Or what well, the name was in the patch notes, but why it's there. My guess would be for the raid exotics and stuff, just to have an extra rare resource for that or something, but we'll see. Actually, you know what? I'll keep Toasty open in the background. The canary in the coal mine.
Makes me sick.
Now entering a safe area.
Was a talent in earlier years of division. It depended. In Division 1, high-end gear has talents.
Hey, I've got a target for you.
And then gear sets have basically gear set style talents, but not separate talents per like chest and backpack or something. Like the gear set has a talents that activate as you go up, but then high ends have, each piece has their own. And then in Div 2, they have, especially in year 1, we've had like, yeah, talents on every slot, but then they reworked that like 7-8 times. Because yeah, the talents got reworked, and then like talents became unique, and then they got reworked again. And yeah, it was a journey. And then eventually we went to Gear 2.0 where
Check back with me later. Watch your back with this one, okay?
where it became chest and backpack and weapons. Because even like weapons were here in Div 1 as well. There are 3 talents. In Div 2 it was also 3 talents, but then a different style. It was basically per slot. There was basically the utility. There was a damage challenge, utility, and a hold cert. And yeah.
Warning.
That was
now
messy.
leaving the safe area.
Exactly. With him, yeah. We'll let Toasty fight Mike. I'm gonna go fight Almanza, apparently.
Crazy day, huh?
Someone needed to have 78. Well, the focus on getting one build together and to a decent degree, and that really depends.
Marked location.
Because also just having builds for the sake of builds, like yeah, some people are all about that. I'm kind of all about that. That doesn't need to be, you know, everybody's jam. Everybody's different.
Warning.
But what I would recommend is just first of all, like yeah, that's why like in the recommended build list it starts with a striker. It's an easy enough set to put together. It's effective enough, and then get it to a degree that you can comfortably do heroic. Because that then allows you to go for the other sets, right? Like once you have one good set that you're like comfortable on, you always have that, and then you can start building up on builds. And that really depends. Like it depends what you want to do, where you know what content you want to go do. Are you mostly solo or in a group?
Additional hostiles inbound.
Because you know, if you're always solo, you don't need support builds, right? You know, you're not just gonna run and full healer just by your lonesome. Stuff like that. So the answer is gonna vary per person, per a lot of things.
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
Focus, guys.
Hostiles incoming.
This guy should have a decent enough striker, making this pretty easy. I need to watch out to not leave the bounty area. Oh, oops, all engineers. This is like the worst way to get in bounties. It's also the way that engineers and the turret work in Div 1. Until I kill all engineers, all turrets stay active. And then even on the next wave,
Heavily armored hostile
if
detected.
there's an engineer there, those turrets will stay active and shooting me still. Okay, all the screaming?
High-value target has been eliminated.
Scream for me, big boy. What? Flame turrets? Wait. From the name? I didn't know those existed. Oh, it's from you. Oh, yeah, actually named cleaners can have, yeah. No. Yeah, this.
I gotta do this.
Yeah, one page. Only game, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Like, they could have, like, fixed up the year 1 system, the gear 1.0 system. But honestly, I'm very happy that they went to the gear 2.0 system. I feel that the gear 2.0 system like was much clearer and much more, even if it gave up a lot of like variability and stuff. But as I kind of talked about in that video as well, I kind of really like that we have gear uniformity for a large part. Even if that does take away from like the excitement for looting.
I hear you'll need it with this one. We got a serious threat I need to tell you about.
Same spot. Let me catch up here. Yeah. Do you have to own the game to join the PTS? Yes. You need to own the game, and I don't know if anybody like is on Steam and stuff. I don't know what the Steam situation even is nowadays on Epic. Like, can those people even? Because that was an issue that always kind of was there. Because unless I'm mistaken, you also basically need to own it through UbiConnect, even. Unless they've changed it or it has been changed for a while, and I just haven't noticed. Talents from prototype here. You mean the augments? The augments, the way that they explained it is like if you have 2 of them, they add together their percentages. All of them seem percentage based. And then basically, yeah, if you have like, you know, if you have 2 of them and you level them up, because there's also a leveling system to it, but then basically just, it's an additive percentage. That's how they explained it. But we'll check because yeah, they're definitely not like slot bound. Like, you know, it's not like, oh, chests can have this talents and or augments and backpacks can have these. No, it's just every slot gets to have everything. And some of them just seem really really strong. There's also, for instance, yeah, like that I think is likely, you know, the ones we go for. The thing is, the percentages weren't there in the patch notes because it also really depends on, yeah, the percentages and the difference in percentages between talents. But it looked like for instance, the status effect one, apply a random status effect per bullet hit, basically, went to like 5% per piece of gear. So if you have 6 pieces of gear with it, you have a 30%, you have exotic maybe 25% per bullet hit. Like that's 1 in every 4 bullets is applying in the random status effect. Like that's already really strong. And then there was like the one that just does, you know, chance to do double damage, or like repeats its damage basically. which basically is multi-shot.
Targets in sight.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected. High-value target has been eliminated.
Infinite CC. There's a global event here for those maybe not familiar with them. that's why everything's getting shocked. That's the blackout global event. That's also why I'm playing this quickly while waiting for PTS to start, is that I'm kind of farming for... This is my second account in both Division 1 and 2 now. Oh well, now Division 1 as well. But Division 2
You are
already.
now entering a safe area.
And they could use some gear and stuff. Before I forget, we should buy some caches. Are we carrying any caches already? Kind of would go with a few tacticians and then later on with some striker. Because I just need a knee pad to get a second character and
I got something you might be interested in.
set of tactician together. Oh, let's check over here. Yeah, I have Toasty open in the background. He'll be our canary in the coal mine.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
What did you find? You said you were gonna share.
That's right.
Intentas causarme un infarto.
That's it.
Just taking what I can get. It'll be our
Although here's even extra because of the shock and stuff. That's why they're all yelling. We have basically infinite Elmo. At least, well, there's basically the bar, similar to what we have now with ambush. But then the bar is activated by shooting
marked location.
and by moving. So as long as I'm shooting, I'm doing shock damage.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
I'm shocking enemies. I keep forgetting, this is actually this character. This character has commanding. I should be using my signature skill more. Let's do that actually. Good that you can't be ADS while doing that.
Hostiles incoming.
Because then you have commanding determined on the weapon, so that we, even while we have this up, every kill refills it back up a little. Signature, and then
Incoming hostiles detected.
I'm also filling back up for the next one pretty quickly. That's what the strength of commanding is. Caps. Caps are in what way? Oh, like built in, likely just by virtue of having... Because there seems to be some for weapons, some for gear. So, you know, you can only have 6 pieces of
Additional
gear.
hostiles incoming.
None of the text and stuff we're talking about that, but yeah, that's just slightly balanced in that way. At least it's all intended to
Hostiles
be
incoming.
balanced in that way. We'll see if that actually works
Alert.
out.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And this we're gonna know. Test server text 100%. That's what we guess. Ah, okay. Yeah, I haven't been following because I remember there being some talk last time with PTS, but I just don't remember what. I remember discussing something about Steam, I think especially as well. But damned if I remember what it exactly was. Because in the past, it's been, yeah, you have to own it through UbiConnect for that. Oh, wait, what happens? Oh, let's see if he gets in a sec. See, he's updating or getting a different patch in, so. Which isn't uncommon to get 2 tiers of patch.
This one's a real piece of work.
See.
But then again, so are you.
There again. So that make it 27, yeah. Well, you should just do a vector 45 and then becomes vector 46. 1886 becomes 80, yeah. Let's see what else. Some mistakes. Yeah, just incidentally. Oopsidentally. There's a navigator prototype. There it is. Yeah, keep in mind, like a lot of people are focusing on that expertise 30 thing. That's just for upgrading gear, and then we'll have to see with this PTS. Like that's one of the questions we have with this PTS is, how much does it drop? Like how often does it drop?
Hostiles detected nearby.
Because yeah, that's gonna. Because in my case as well, like I have 0 builds. Like I have a lot of weapons at grade 30. I have 0 builds at grade 30. And I don't really have even the resources right now to get a build at grade 30 as it stands like right now.
Hostiles incoming.
Secure the AO.
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
Locked on target.
But there's also PTS. I'm curious to see in the PTS if they've already, because they were talking about, you know, wanting to change expertise costs and expertise, how hard it is to expertise and stuff, but I wonder if that's like, if there's already stuff in here.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming.
Clear out the AO. That all? I see the target.
Hostiles
Let's see how
incoming.
it all works out.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, they'll go the other way.
Get that AO shot. Reynolds is down.
Should try to miss less.
We got a man down.
Keep firing.
Because it's Division 1 striker.
High value target
You
has
lose
been
stacks if you
eliminated.
miss. Which also Division 2 striker had for a bit, but only a bit. Oh, well, years, but then they removed it eventually. Well, they should just bring that back as a balancing factor for her. Let's see if Toasty gets in. Doesn't look like
Readings
it.
indicate this area is safe.
Are your ears burning, Agent?
So we'll jump over.
This kind of stuff is making a big difference around the city, so thanks for taking that on.
Although yeah, we'll need to download that update, but I have pretty fast internet, so not too concerned about that. Oh, it's the no, still mics. We'll get to do a few more bounties here.
Warning. Now leaving the safe area.
Let's be over there. For the PTS, yeah. Although there's already, like, there was a preload of like 20 something gigs. Been in the past compared to official releases, sometimes yeah, but yeah, unless they specifically stated no. We've had other ones where yeah, just because they wanted to test. It was that season when
Approaching marked location.
DZ was getting the Bighorn and Ravenous and Eagle
Hostiles
Bears.
detected nearby.
The drop rate on exotic was times 10, just to kind of see, you know, how much, if everything was working correctly with that, but that was like across everything. So what you actually got was like an exotic every other drop, basically, when it wasn't the super rare one. And usually if there's stuff like that, they that's specifically stated. Actually, I realize not. They have high ground there.
Hostiles incoming.
Do it by the numbers. Easy picking.
Williams is gone. Shots lined up.
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected. Hostiles incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostiles detected. High value target has been
So happy to
eliminated.
have a striker over here now. Makes it so much easier. Because the scan didn't have one before. Let's go. No. Yeah. The list I miss. Yeah, I mean, it could be a not the one stack that it was, but also, for instance, here what they have is on hit. You get, at least with classified, you get on hit 2 stacks. On miss, you get -1 stack for classified. I feel if they add in a protection of like whenever you get a kill, that like goes away for like 2 seconds or something. Because one of the biggest issues is actually just putting bullets into already dead enemies and losing stacks because of that. But if they made it like on kill or on assist even, because preferably on assist, that you don't lose stacks for like 2 seconds, I would kind of take care of that. And then that would be a balancing factor for Striker. Because that was actually the original Div 2 Striker was also lose stacks on miss. And then like that could be a balancing factor for like general play of Striker. I wouldn't change anything about using Chest Striker in,
You are now leaving the safe area.
you know, incursion or something like that, because you're just shooting at something you're not gonna miss.
Clean that right up.
But then it would need something like that on top, like because it was always annoying. That was the annoying thing with also here, like yeah, when I'm shooting into a dead enemy, and you're always gonna just lose a few
Approaching
stacks
marked
there.
location.
Hear my prayers.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby. Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
They're just gonna keep charging. Take those cowards out. Clear shot. Fire on target. Man down over here.
Hostiles incoming.
just gonna keep
And then also, yeah, you would get some separation between Heartbreaker and Striker. Now they work.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
How'd you pull that off? Take that position! We're not fighting pros here.
The shock yell. I mean, yeah, they're getting shocked. It's a very shocking experience for them. They're reading one of those articles where, you know, some number is going to shock you.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
Just going from one side to the other. Big move.
Wanna die? Just gonna keep charging like that.
Just to get him out.
Hostiles incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected. High-value target has been eliminated.
Lock them down. Check your fire. Damn you!
It's an escape right there.
Let's get this over with.
Got a commendation there even for doing a bunch of bannies, which I also wanted to get. Yeah. Wait, has that actually happened?
You are now entering a safe area.
Luckily, at least, we had some time together for the meme to happen.
You feel like taking on a tough one? I have faith in you, Agent. Go get him.
Lots of dead things around here, so Prince got some good company. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, moving on to one of my least favorite subjects.
Here they're a little bit worse than Div 2 as well. They stay upright for quite a while. Wait, where did I go?
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Warning. You are exiting the safe area.
Just one of these meal salad thingies. Actually, before the stream, I came just from work, so I was like, I'll just grab one of these to munch on.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Do what you need to do. Screw you.
Just to stay alive.
Additional hostiles inbound.
Also, hopefully we'll get the
No hanging back.
PTS up soonish.
They're killing us.
Because today as well, kind of,
Die at this
if I kind of push it maybe till 6, which is in like 2.5 hours almost. Not 10 to 6,
Additional hostiles incoming.
which is 2 hours. Or 2.5 hours. No. Yeah, 2 hours, 20 minutes. Because then I need to do some work stuff and then also just eat and stuff. And also maybe even sleep, because I think I slept like 6 hours, which is an hour too little. Even by not sleeping much metrics. Oppa signature skill time.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
No sunshine when sunshine is gone. Grenade Brothers. And I should be triggering my signature way more. That's also why I'm still not comfortable on commanding striker, because I should be just hitting that signature over and over. What did I see there? See, still miking. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic 1, mic 2. Check, check. Yeah.
If you want a challenge, we don't have any targets pinpointed right now, but check back with me later.
Let's go deal with poker face. Well, hopefully lunch soon, or dinner soon, or breakfast soon. You never know. Time zones, how do they work?
You're coming up on our boys at the breach point. Check in with them.
Shut up, Benitez.
We need those.
Why do you and Faye talk so much? I'm literally not going for that mission. I'm just walking through it just to get...
Can all kiss my New York butt.
things you hear in New York. We can all kiss his New York butt. Alexa in the president for group play with them, would you like in? Operative Alexa for killer, fast and measured. The thing is, if the stat changes happen, killer is actually getting killed. Because depending on how much, you know, how many crit damage rolls you get,
Hostiles detected nearby.
crit is going up, you know, effectively, because the mods will stay the same, but you get 72 more crits potentially, right? No, not 72. Half that, 36. Well, no, 36 killer will still kind of, but yeah, ranger and stuff. Because there's also the thing, anything stat based, this is a effectively a buff to everything that is a separate multiplier.
Warning.
Anything
Additional
that works as a separate multiplier and is not stat based.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound. Hostiles incoming.
But yeah, more likely in that they shouldn't do it that way. Like at least like I can get for the stats that they don't want it to like deal with having like an extra library, or like how do you even do that exactly to like have those stats to put on them and stuff. Like literally in like the game's current game system. But then they should just not do those stats. Despawn. This guy is just stuck back there. It's not uncommon. Eventually he'll... And there's no oxy or anything here that I can use. There are no skills that go through walls. So... This guy's just this guy. Sometimes grenades wake them up. Although actually flame grenade usually does. Flame grenade is the only thing that does go through a wall. But yeah, you can't really kill with flame grenade, but I'm hoping that just reminds him he exists. But also he should despawn eventually, hopefully. Hey, get your high speed. Oh, PTS is up. Yeah, PTS is up. Let's give this guy like 20 seconds to die. Finish up this one. Well, it's up now. Alright, we did it all for the cookie, right? Like that's been a thing like for forever. Yeah, let's because we'll need to download the patch as well. Let's do that. Let's actually log into main account as well right away. But it's not uncommon for PTS to be even later than announced. It's the PTS. It's even more janky than the main game. Yeah, let's yeah, I need to download this update. Not sure for a moment then. Let's just do that. But yeah, this should be not too long, hopefully. And then yeah, once we're in there, we'll start having a look at. We'll likely still jump into thingy first. I just want to run into a thingy. What's it called? The Escalation, and then later on we'll start already spreadsheeting for the gear set, the brand set. Although the brand set more the names. Look at the names. We'll look at the weapons. What was the exotic gear? Oh yeah, the mask. Yeah, the mask. Especially the gear sets is kind of interesting. And yeah, we'll look at what's it called? The modifier, but the modifier actually like has a skill damage component, but doesn't have a weapon damage component. So unless there is a like, hey, this modifier changes that weapon handling into weapon damage or something. For large part, it's not a. But we do get like a cool actives and stuff for CCing basically. Yeah, let's don't have that. Oh, let's go. Yeah, let's set that off again. Oh, that's not a Dave. This one. Let's go. It's interesting that they last time they did two. They put out basically two patches. It was the second patch, like just before it went up. And it's always annoying. It does the first time load thing of taking forever to install stuff. Also good for me. I get to get a few bites in. I'd always say thank you at that. I don't remember there being a thank you there. We can check it with the normal game later.
Press space to start. Press escape to quit.
Well, I'm going to press space to start. Where's the PTS marker? When was this? So this is like from a few days ago. This is likely last weekend. Wait, when was the Harrier video? Like Tuesday or something, right? Monday? When was the Harrier video? $16th? Right, so when was 16th? Oh, okay, so it's at least after Monday. Because that's when I put this outfit on this character. It was for the Harrier video, so... Pretty recent snapshot, that's good. Yeah. Instant
Press
Delta.
space to start. Press escape to quit.
Instant Delta. Ah. Okay. But yeah, this is from the login system, so this will usually resolve pretty quick. Yeah. That would be yeah. This okay. Is this everybody's experience?
Press space to start.
Still have Toasty
Press
open
escape
somewhere?
to quit.
Like that. No, Toasty seems to be just normally in there. Yeah. Position in queue to get delted. And yeah, should make that as a clickbait video. Like, actually, that you know what? That might become just the title of just. The fuck is it the character maybe or
Press
something?
space to start. Press
Maybe.
escape to quit.
Need to verify files. It's also it's Delta 04, not 03.
Press space to start.
Let's
Press escape
wait.
to quit.
Let's try one more character. Could be that they're like in the background spooling up servers and they're just not up yet. So restarting the game. Starting the PTS. But yeah, this prototype build will reinstate Napoleon as the rightful ruler of the French Empire. Hashtag bring Napoleon back from exile. I need Ash. I know BTS is live, but at least for me, it was deltas all the way down. For money indeed. Specters. Yeah. Come on. Load back up. You can do it. I believe in you. And always say thank you here at the end. I want to see. I want to load up the normal game now. See if that. Don't remember a thank you there. Yeah, I've already applied an update unless there's two. Oh wait, but god damn it, I was pressing escape to. Wait, is it? But also, yeah, I wanna. You know what? Let me. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe there was another patch, but I downloaded like a 10 gigabyte patch. But let me quit out because it's not showing like there was an update to it or anything. Because also I would just download the update before starting. So I'm gonna quit UBConnect and then restart UBConnect. and see if that helps. Load faster. No, it doesn't show. But yeah, I've already downloaded like an update beyond the preload as well. Now we're loading back up. It's also taking way longer to even hit that easy anti-cheat. I wonder what they did there. Yeah, let's see if that helped. Otherwise, I might need to verify game files or something. Maybe something went weird with the update. Okay. But I'm not gonna be spamming escape, which is usually what I'm doing on this screen, on these screens. But yeah, that escape was one escape too many.
Press space to start. Press escape to quit.
Is this just a position in queue to Delta, or is it the position in queue to actually get into the PTS? Okay. Yeah, let's verify game files, because it's not even going up to 9% and then deltaing, which would also be a delta 03. This being a delta 04 is interesting. Manage, verify files. Wonder how long this is gonna take. Go faster. Just not the first time actually that, but then the other time it didn't even boot up. I've had it a different time as well, patch incorrectly with PTS, but that time it just wouldn't even boot up until I verified afterwards. Do you think I worth making a build around? I mean, we won't know until we know. There's like so much we have to check now. The obvious ones are, for instance, for red builds, is either status effect or double the like repeat damage. It depends also a lot on because on the patch notes we had what they do, but not percentages, and then also what the percentages are on level 10 on them. But the double damage, the refill a round, every 2 rounds refill a round percentage, status effect one. And then for like skill builds and stuff, the like reduce skill cooldown, stuff like that. All of them are pretty strong, but it's really gonna depend on. But yeah, status effects by themselves, especially if it is like 5% per piece at level 10. Like that's, I would always take 2 of that. In the same way that trauma is like really good in Descent, plus the status effect ones with envy and stuff. So. SDFE 05 42 43 44. But hopefully this this was our issue. We'll see. Forever grind. I mean, I'm not against a forever grind because yeah, a lot of games have that. And for instance, for myself, I create a forever grind for myself with like mods. I put a mod in each piece of gear, especially on main account. That mean that yeah, for even up to like like 2 years ago or something. If you looked at the build collection, then there's a bunch of 11.8s, 11.9s in there on a lot of gear. But yeah, that created a forever grind. I can understand the sentiment, but yeah, to me, it just breaks too much of the rest of the game. And also the game that we've had, because a lot of people are here. I'm here because I also like having that uniformity. And then also, yeah, because of that going like, it isn't when, you know, we're playing in a group of 4, it's, especially with players that are maxed out, it's like a meritocracy at that point. It's not like, oh, you have, you know, you have just better prototype gear, so that's why you're doing more damage. And neither didn't see. Yeah, no, the servers are up. Other people are playing. For me, it's deltaing out instantly. So hopefully, well, I mean, hopefully this fixes it. Not hopefully, it's just a broken file. I was going to say, I mean, hopefully it is just a broken file, but that's also not the first time I've had it before where PTS or even a life patch has caused issues until verifying files. So we're verifying files. Welcome to my verifying file stream. Some people are variety streamers. I'm a verifying streamer. Hello, hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I'm going to verify this game. Go into my Steam library and just verify a game, and then that's the video. Maybe if we add some ASMR into there. And now I'm going to click the button. Click. Did we just invent a new niche? A new kink? Yeah, verify those files. Yeah, yeah, verify that file. Good UB Connect. Yeah, verify it. Yeah. Find the naughty file. Yeah, which file has been naughty? Go find it. Yeah. Gotta have our own fun somehow. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Good thing we're cringing indeed. And verify the files indeed. Just hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I'm deleting one file just so we can verify that the verification verifies verifiably the verification of the verified unmissing file that I've made missing to verify the verification of the verify-ish. Yeah. Verily. Yeah. V for verification. Yeah. Oh, I have no strategy to get through those new difficult missions. For the lower tiers, yes. For the higher tiers, eventually. It's gonna, yeah. It's like matchmaking for legendary, right? You might get a good group, you might get a shitty group. The thing is, though, I feel with the 2-tiered gear system as well, what they're gonna create there is like, oh, you don't have prototype gear? Get the fuck out of here, right? Vote to kick, remove. You're gonna get a lot of that kind of shit. I feel. At least for a while. I need verification indeed. Yeah, we're upgrading this verification to expertise 30, verify 30. I've verified game files today because the game was just Delta. So now we're just sitting here waiting for this bar to fill. And it verifies these game files. Yeah. I'm going a little batshit insane. Don't mind me. Just log on stream here. I've no build of mine is on either account is grade 30 on the gear. Like, never done that. So, but give mine as well. Like, it will depend also on just the prototype gear in itself. It drops, right? So depends on how often it drops, how commonly it drops, especially in the higher tiers. Is it farmable? And then also, yeah, even in the farmed parts, if it's like, because even that, like rules as stated, rules as listed, you can't recalibrate those. So you need to get it with the right stat, meaning like even if you're farming striker, all of those ones that you get with like status effect or something like, yeah, just instant trash. I mean, no idea. We'll have to see. Because any guess I make, like, is going to be, like, there's no way to make an educated guess here. You would hope that it's decently common, that there is maybe even a pity system or something in there. Because loot itself has a pity system. You know, event, like, you can't go infinitely long without getting a piece of loot just drop, but yeah, what are the chances of, because likely this, from just knowing the game systems, likely what this is kind of like in the same way. It's going to be either of two things. Either the loot drops and then it triggers into becoming prototype and there's a percentage there, or there's basically two loot pools. Because also depends, yeah, if it's even from targeted and stuff. But if it isn't targeted, then it's basically like extra items, and then there's an extra rarity in the same way that named items drop. Some named items drop a lot, right? They're like not tagged correctly as names, but named in general don't drop as often as like the other pieces in a target loot pool. So it kind of depends what that is set up, and then also what the number attached to that is. More likely know those numbers. Find the files, yeah. The verification of the game files had to go. That it wasn't that the file was broken. Yeah, we got hacked by BTSU, so and hater fans. PC them. Oh yeah, it depends. It always is going to depend also, for instance, even on region and time of play and stuff. Like, yeah, we quite often talk about weekend matchmaker. And yeah, weekend matchmaker is like obviously worse than like if you have the chance to play during the week, but a lot of people will not, right? Like a lot of people will not be able to. And then also, yeah, region and stuff even matters for that. Plus, I mean, even PvP players, it depends on if they do DZ or if they do conflict, because even for conflict builds, yeah, expertise doesn't matter for that. Oh yeah, there, yeah. So before, yeah. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, indeed as well. A lot of speedrun people do it as well. But in my case, for instance, yeah, most of my exotics are more spent in weapons and skills, especially as well skills on main accounts because of them being account wide. So. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they do exist, and yeah, people do have it. I don't. The thing is also, exotics have not been safeguarded well enough. There's been plenty of times where you could have gotten close to infinite exotic components. And some people still have, I know people that have like, I saw somebody post a screenshot of like them having 120k exotic components from that one time. So it's also like just a bad idea to allow, at least for like re-rolling this kind of stuff, they've made all new resources, because you kind of have to do that. The safeguarding on the old resources, that was the issue with expertise as well when it first came in. The safeguarding, it should have been its own resources and stuff, but they reused the other resources and they weren't safeguarded enough. So that's why watch alting worked for it. If it wasn't a resource that you could get through watch alting, it would have been a much better system from the start, because they would have had to bring the price down. Instead, everybody just went watch alting and then became like, okay, there is no issue here. What is the issue? Everybody's at 30. I hate with UbiConnect's verification thing. It doesn't, like Steam's one says like no issues found or like 2 files found, and UbiConnect always just says all game files have been successfully validated, and then usually like it sometimes does fix the files underneath, but let's not undergrab this. So if it fixes it, yeah, I have good faith in that it will likely. I've seen similar things like to this before. Delta simulation. Oh, you might have the same issue as me then, Kiva. Let me see if this helps. It's also doing like the reinstalling all the auxiliary stuff, the one-time install stuff. So we need to go through that because it's installing DirectX. For a long while. Yeah. We'll see. Human animation refractor. No, it'll be interesting to see what tactics. I would think like foam eclipse still would. They have some things that help a little against status effects, but nothing that like will completely take that away. And then also we have actually augments that help. Like there was one for status effect duration. I don't remember what it's based on. 30. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like whatever you use will go up now. So I'm gonna go to this. Let's first see if I don't think it's an issue of like joining what servers I'm joining. I think there was likely something wrong with a game file there that I couldn't load, because I wasn't even trying to really connect to the server. It would reach the 9% mark because audio broke.
Press space to start.
That should have fixed that. At least the audio. See if this is fixed. Yeah, thanks for putting out for. Yeah, I got it there. That time it also did the other audio. So. Okay.
Press space to start.
Let's maybe just try second account. Because that did not help. Okay. I mean, yeah. Although the thing is, it's RNG and stuff. Like we need more the data miner numbers and stuff. Eventually. I'm also more curious as well if what the system is for it to drop even. If it's true targeted loot, if it's not. Let's see if it's maybe account issue. Account related. Okay, I mean, yes. Not low-key, high-key. Like, there's a reason trauma is like, plus the status effect. Both ones are the ones we go for, and we wait for envy specifically to jump on and use that. Like, wait, easy. I mean, that's exactly the video I kind of put out as well, yeah. Although I have a bigger issue with Protect Gear, but I'm not gonna repeat the whole video there. If you want my opinion on it, you can find it on my YouTube side. Threat violation. Yeah. Is prototype gear vegan? VPN, I don't even have a VPN set up on this system, so that is not even an option outright, but also that wouldn't make a difference here. This isn't even getting through to like putting me into a session, like starting to find a server and stuff. Also, obviously people that are in my region are in this game, like it's not a regional thing. Me and Toasty are, you know, both gonna be on the Europe servers.
Press space to start. Press escape to quit.
I need a deck. Yeah, let's alright. So I'm thinking of like, it's also like not very descriptive there.
Press space to start. Press escape to quit.
So it's not account based. I mean, I could try messing with my internet settings, but we can't do that with StreamUp itself. So yeah, I wonder if it's just like, because that's what my first guess would be, is extra sessions being booted up aren't working well. So whoever got in early and is just now not loading up enough sessions, because the thing as well, like it is deltaing, but isn't deltaing at 9%. The way it would, for instance, if it's actually a connection related issue. It's deltaing on 0%, like the servers, in a way that makes it seem like the servers are just going, nope, no thank you, no mas. Because also, if I remember right, actually Delta 04 is session cannot be created. Because it's not Delta 03, it's a,
escape to quit.
or like it's session related. You know what? Let's spam it for a few minutes. But I get the feeling this isn't something on my end or something that I can resolve. So I would be curious to see how like whenever somebody else that is in, if they log out, if they can get back in or not.
Press space to start. Press escape to quit.
Any of those. Videos, yeah. Yeah, so it's on their end. I'm just gonna spam this. Maybe we can, somebody leaves and their spot comes open or something like that. Because I could see it being that. Let's see. Actually, yeah, in that case, it might actually be. But I have no VPN set up here, and also I could not activate a VPN without like restarting stream anyway. So not really an option. I wonder if the hardcores have a different server. They generally don't. They share servers with everybody else. Try. They do log in differently. Eventual worse. Yeah, that's what I'm trying here. Because what I'm guessing is likely there is some setup issue on their end where it's just not generating extra sessions. Because the issue seems to be whoever got in, and then everybody else is now, you know, not getting in. And that's also why there is a queue going the whole time, because people are doing the exact thing I am. So. That would be my guess. What an educated one. For example, might wait this week. Yeah, the thing is though, there doesn't seem to be other reductions to like CC, because yeah, they're not legendary enemies; they're heroic enemies. There was one like modifier thing that kind of affected CC on them, but I think like crowd control is going to be the way to deal with these, because you kind of have to. There's just too much. Otherwise, there's also too much damage coming back. Every shot from them eventually is just a health gate. This one's interesting. It's taking forever. Yeah. And the Reddit for PTS as well. I mean, did they post something that just said it's happening? Because yeah, I feel I feel we are on that point as well, indeed. Or if they had a resolve. It's also interesting that the queuing is just like stuck now. We'll leave it. Actually, I'm gonna curious. But yeah, PTS issues. There's also why there is PTS. Like, if there is issues with these kind of things, better catch it here then. That's gonna do this here for. Okay. Seems to be. Keep the stuff from PTS in your session. No, PTS is completely separate. So there was a snapshot of from a few days ago. That'll be the account. If you just go into PTS, that'll be what is there. Basically, of a few days ago, at least the latest was basically Monday. That could have been because one of my characters was set up with gear I put on them like Monday for the Harrier video. So, but no, PTS is completely separate and also intentionally that way. But you can get all the gear and stuff. There is caches here that you can just open and get 999 exotic components and like get all the gear and stuff of the season. It for testing purposes is this set up that way, and yeah, that means that nothing is gonna go back to normal game. No progression, nothing on the PTS is carried over. Also, nothing that you do here will hurt your normal, because for instance here quite often I will just delete a few builds just to make some space on characters just for testing new stuff. That's all fine, you know, deleting a bunch of weapons. Just we should record a few deconstruct. One of the interesting things is normally with PTS up in the right corner there is an PTS marker with the account name and then a number. That's missing. So this just looks like the normal game now. We should delete all the 13 PFEs, just all 6 or all 9 that I have. I should get them together on one character and just delete them. Because yeah, actually here it just looks normal. There's no like PTS mark there to give away that's PTS. Actually, I'm gonna hit the cancel here. Let's try again. That's taking exception. I get the feeling PTS is a little fucked. which we had before as well. We had that other PTS. Was it last season or the season before that, where we had like the first 2 days just didn't work, like barely worked. It was just all deltas all the time. Different way you could get in, but you would just get desynced and delta. It's possible to break an item with prototype upgrades. I've seen in terms of hard to get. No, the base stats are right at minimum. So currently, as they've kind of said it, yes, because if you do it maybe with a well, the thing is like in the long term, because their intention now is they really shouldn't, but their intention now is that you can't retalent it, you can't recalibrate it once it's. So if you, for instance, do it with killer, and then they do a weapon talent rebalance. And now breadbasket is the top pick. I'm just saying something. Yeah, now, you're stuck with the old one being in prototype and not being. Also, yeah, with some of the items, because the Palmic was bringing up yesterday, if you have Habsburg items and you're upgrading them and you don't get it's the weapon handling that's at 15 now instead of the headshot being at 15. Right? Like that's gonna just suck. That's also why I think yeah. As I've made clear, my hopes for this is kinda that they just, because they want to keep the system that much will be obvious, but that they just keep it to the augments, which are already also very strong, and then keep the stats the same. And then you don't have the whole debacle with stats, and then you can keep recalibration because it's just normal stats. Thing is, overall though, as long as you make an informed decision when you do it, likely it will just be better. Because yeah, the stats, for instance, on Lexington always go to max and stuff. So, but yeah, in the long term, if they don't give us recalibration, yeah. Because maybe in the future they introduce, I don't know, stabby as a talent, and just if you have that talent, you murder everything instantly. Plus 50,000% damage as a talent, and then now every old weapon is obsolete. Company stack bug. Thing is, the concentrated company is just a visual bug. Hopefully, the last season actually they are one of the points, 0.2 or 0.3 was trying to resolve it, but they actually even made it worse for a little bit. And then they went back to how it was before, but hopefully they will. But keep in mind that's just a visual bug. It is annoying, but it's not, because for instance the old Umbra and the old Heartbreaker bugs, they were actually stat. But we'll try Concentrate Company in here. It's not a status fix, but there's already a lot of non-stated fixes that we know of. That is in here. And the VODs. There we go. Well, hopefully it'll get better if we get to the end of this queue and it doesn't delta. Although as well, this queue is moving slow, and I think everybody it's a queue to delta. I get the feeling. Yeah, I would guess only a few people at the start got in, and afterwards it's likely something went wrong with session creation. Would be my guess. That would fit with the symptoms we're getting here. And they did a mirror. And yeah, doing good as far as myself, but hopefully. Oh, okay. And then it jumps 100 suddenly. Which is interesting. So, I'm glad you like the combat medic there. I like that one too. I'm hoping actually next season. I think actually I got sent what the directives were going to be. We're getting it. See, you don't need loot. Just delta players and then make them wait for 10 minutes.
Safe area.
And then they still get a dopamine hit when you let them in. Ooh. Active modifier. Level ups all over the place. Yeah, especially the thing I was gonna say, no regen seasons, especially I love running some combat medics. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, now we're on second camp because I swapped again. Oh, now it's actually showing the PTS thing. Normally it would show it on the loading screen going into it as well. Was that maybe actually the bug causing it?
Looking to deal?
I know the reason, for instance, yeah, the person asking earlier for if we get to keep shit, no, because that would be, you know, when we can just buy the gear outright. So Royal Works, course strength.
That was a good deal.
I wonder what this actually all comes with. We open this cache because the contents of it is usually really large. Because I just actually going in the background, just pressing hold escape. Because it's like it keeps going forever otherwise.
Hello, Agent. Pleasure to see you.
Blacklister got fixed. I know this was one of the stated fixes anyway. But this will give all this shit as well, like the old stuff. Where's all this stuff in here? Oh, is this the list of things added to... Wait, are they going to do the master items then as well? Or am I reading too much into this? Is this a list of items added to the blueprints pool? Actually, yeah, we should go and check the blueprint pool instead. And yeah, we get the augment stuff. Agitator. Skip those for now. And yeah. Percent of the damage dealt by skills. Because there's stuffs like skill stuff like that. And there's definitely a high thanks, I hate it level to this. Anyway, let's go to just that. Or they didn't even, even this as well, of course. Because actually this DTH now really, like DTH is one of the things that saves ARs quite a bit in calculations. But not as much as, because even especially on SMGs, when you upgrade them, like now they have way too much crit as well, of course. Oh, that's swap speed even. Oh, even beyond, wait, so what was that menu? What is the menu of, how many of this do I have? Oh, okay, so show all. Because this is kind of really cool, and then it shows in stash as well, so you can even, when you're out in the open world, you can just see, oh, I have this in my stash, especially, you know, well, for newer players and stuff, and of course, you know, if they get their way with this kind of stuff. But it's also already cool that even here already shows number in inventory, number in stash, all for it. Yeah, loadouts and then owned too. But yeah, it's just this character doesn't go cross character, but understandable. So, but then also, yeah, so So I have no, yeah, there's only, because yeah, we don't go to tinkering with it. We go to, instead of tinkering with this item, we directly go to augment. So also now, actually, yeah, so even as a drop, like, this is useless, right? Like, this 7.5 makes up for the missing stat here for now, but yeah. Oh yeah, and this is just increases status effect duration by percentage. It's not even on hits or stuff, of course. So at least what we should check. How full is my inventory? Brain, no braining. Yeah, so.
What can I help you find?
Let's actually see if it's random. No, it's always reverse good. Oh no, it's not. So even here, even with like having super resources, it's already a hassle to get the right stats, because yeah, no, like that you can't have what? Fuck all the way up. Right? Like, oh, this is reusing Fenris as its base model. I don't have a glove yet. Weapon handling there. Oh, that deconstruct is still broken. Because even just as a drop, trying to get this double crit. Is it that single crit? That's crit. That's crit.
Violators will be removed from the secure area immediately.
So we have mask and backpack. And that is better than nothing.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
Mask, backpack. So we should just make like a few spaces.
Trading with you, agent.
Because then what they're asking as well is basically for some pieces that we want to keep like multiple versions of them, just to swap between chance and that. So who thought this was a good idea? Oh, also actually the third stat on that thing, of course. What is the one I have here? Magazine size. Although that's just an exotic. Any better ones?
What can I do for you?
Even with like having infinite, basically, it's still a mess. Let me get you a little bit. That's my yeah, indeed. Although, well, in the background, just be opening these. It's like heroic. I mean, that's exactly what it is. Tier 0 is effectively exactly heroic as is right now. And then it goes from there. Yeah, it seems they've, whatever issue they were having, they've fixed basically now. So, they're all the same. There seems to be this randomized. And I hit it, Gary. I'm trying to PTS, I'm trying to log in. The general play base is always going to be like, it's not a common thing. Also, keep in mind that, for instance, for even Europe and stuff, this is early. For America, this is extra early. So a lot of these people won't be. It was just more an issue, likely with session creation, which luckily they didn't need a patch or anything. It was something they could fix, basically server side. Let's make some space. At least 4 spaces. Oh, talent actually as well on the Lexington. Oh yeah, you even get like random talent, of course. Jesus Christ. This where? How did that get through testing? Okay, and the talents. Should have done it the other way around. It's kind of confusing to have talent not be on the outside. Although now you always have the thing on the outside, so okay. Makes a little bit of sense. Especially need knee pad and holster. There we go. I wouldn't mind the detox agitator. Oh, maybe we can reroll. Oh, we can reroll it likely. Actually, that might be. Yeah, no, maybe. The agitator we can reroll. Might as well have a look while we have all these on the ground. And it is also kind of the answer if you've ever wondered: is there a limit to how many items can be on the ground? No, doesn't seem to be. I've sometimes opened like 10 of these caches and everything stays on the ground, even though there's like then 100 items or something on the ground. Because even beyond that, there's all this on the ground. Really. Did I actually get a usable Lexington out of that? No. Nor equalizer yet. Actually, what's the mods on this thing? Oh, also swap speed. Oh yeah, it's fine. I'll get you here a little bit. 4 characters. I mean, depends on which exotics you use, actually. Yeah, sorry for getting to it super late, but yeah. It's really more like how many do you use. Generally, what I have is for some of the characters, I have some of the exotics on them if they get used by that character, and then 1 in the stash. Nowadays as well, retaliation, there's enough reason to do enough retaliation to have all the blueprints, and then you can always make more if you need some. I mean, it'll just be 1.5. Everything is 1.5. So SMGs now are Or actually, well, but yeah, it's 21 times 1.5. We'll upgrade one and choose that you don't like. That seems to be what they're going after now. Actually, yeah, not a bad question of expertise costs. I have another proto lab there. Equalizer. It's not there. No, seems to be the same. Let's actually take this to 30 and then upgrade it through Proto Lab. But yeah, that's the same. At least the exotic. But the rest looks the same. Well, they were talking about in the future actually changing. They didn't even say anything about cost in the stream. They said they're going to make it easier to get 2 expertise 30. But they said nothing about cost. Per se, that doesn't mean that they're not intending it, but no changes here. And yeah, they did. And also, we'll see if there's any changes to proficiency. But bench the same PTS. No, so we'll see it actually like on this item. So when we upgrade, one stat should be maxed, and the others have a chance to be maxed, and it's a pretty low chance from what we know now. At least from what's in the PTS. Next for BS, the stack broker is fixed, yeah. We already knew that from PTS files. Nice. Yeah, just press and hold whatever, escape or B. You just, once the cache starts opening, just press and hold B, get added in the menu. or circle or escape, whatever the go back button is. So wait, so how do we Virtual Lab? Okay. Why I cannot upgrade to prototype? Is it because there's a mod in it, maybe? Maybe. Because these items allow. Oh, because I'm wearing it. Yeah, actually, not a bad point. It's equipped. Although for exotic items and stuff, you can upgrade well, or you configure well equipped. Yeah, it is indeed the equip thing. Yeah, let me catch up on a bunch of stuff here because I'm way. Yeah, indeed, it's because the Sigma was equipped, but they can upgrade equipped, or well, you can reconfigure for instance like exotic weapons and stuff when equipped. So they should actually make it that way, because honestly, you would always just equip it and then upgrade it, right? Like having to remember to remove it and then. So from but then just Grumpus. I mean, yeah, that's what that likely was indeed. They likely didn't mean to get any of that out. Behind the let's upgrade this. So one stat went to full, but also wait, why are the bars broken? Not that matters because the stats are correct, but Yeah, and then yeah. Wait, so yeah, 6 out of 2. Yeah, 1.5. So this is all what happened to a bunch of the gear when you upgrade it, and this is like insane to me that somebody thought this was okay. Oh wait, what? What? Why is there no? I can't select here anymore. What? Why? Okay, so that thing is never getting a gear mod. Okay, I was saying the upgrading costs nothing, or well, costs like one of the thingies. So yeah. Yeah, as a recommendation, I'll be behind on chat, like a lot, just yelling in chat and stuff to do things like I'm gonna be so behind the whole time. Like that's like oh yeah. No, I had to remove that already. So basically 1.5. Whatever we have now, 50% more. So, you know, the 12 goes to 18. Why is this broken? Don't break other UI stuff. You did a good job on fixing some UI stuff. I can select there just this crit chance mods, which, you know, is the mod type that I'm looking for. I can load that. That is like, oh, also it's no longer that item, of course. It's a different item ID, so fine. Well, it's just whatever. Yeah, for these as well, I would normally go in here and why break this UI piece? I mean, likely they were messing with it, but. It's fine. Is there a sort here actually? I got sorted differently. Right? No, not even actually. So yeah, for this one we have that. This looks horrible. Just as a looks thing. But fine. Yeah, let's let's actually just upgrade the Lexington that I have. Measured. Let's do killer. Let's make it killer first, of course. Prototype gear, inside the augment and mod slot. I feel that's still breaking. Like, to me, anything more than the augment is gonna just break everything. An extra mod slot would also just be power creep and even more than just the augment. Because these augments are pretty strong. Like, you know, because this. So is this 15% at max level? Is it linear? Because that's kind of unclear. Because if it's 1.5% for one, you would assume it's 15%. And a 15%, basically 1 round back for 2, that's yeah, that's actually kind of boomerangy. That's not still like super strong, but yeah, for instance, some of the status effect, we got this one. Like this one, if this is 5% per piece, you can have 30% random status effect. Oh, it's oh, here it has a cooldown. In the thing, none of the things had cooldowns. But a 5-second cooldown is still not much. Anyway, multiple of the same ones as on there. Yeah, let's unequip it. At least although I should know. So Lexington's roll max was the saying, right? So not even there. So even a limited item like the Lexington is still subject to randomized rolls. And every time you want to redo one, because it's not going to drop, every time you want to redo one, grade 1 to 30. Ah, yeah. So our prototype course here. Are these set up correctly? Wait. Limits on them right away. They're learning. They're evolving. The infrastructure keycards are still here. So, yeah. Let's go reroll this thing. And let's go shoot something because we're sitting here for an hour. So many items. If there was a better guarantee of having something maxed out, maybe. I'm not. Yeah, man. Sure. Yeah, I have yeah, this is even not even my main account. But yeah, I have way too many. Okay, one roll. So when you re-roll it or when you upgrade it to prototype from like the grade 30 stuff, because the things coming from that cache are maxed out, but not just anything is maxed out. So anything you upgrade, 1 stat is guaranteed. And then I think it's like 5% chance at so 1 in 20 for a second stat to be also maxed out. Thanks, I hate it. Let's reroll that. Making it, you know, when you get lucky, because now it's just luck. A person that has, you know, 7.5% more weapon damage and 5% more detac there and has gotten super lucky with the Lexington is just gonna beat outright somebody that doesn't have that, and you have no recourse. Like, goodbye meritocracy that we kind of have going right now. Wait, did they change it for this as well? What? Oh, my inventory's full. I was gonna say, why would they change it for for this as well? Because at this you can reroll and stuff. Well, good. I do like the look of this gun. This is kind of the style of the F2000, the original look of it, basically. This is kind of what it looked like. And it escapes from the future. Way in the future. No, that'll be interesting. Double the where to farm. So basically the where to farm is just wherever. Any of the resources that get used for optimization. So that's all of the weaves, alloys, SHG calibrations, and recon and stuff, everything is doubled when you get it. So, and then wherever you go farm that, basically. Calibrations and stuff, for instance, from Countdown, or even crafting them. Field recon from control points, from landmarks in DZ and stuff. All of that is doubled, so. And then also just alloys and weaves that you pick up the ground, and tactical assessments from doing bosses and stuff. So, what's that? I have a 511 build, 6-piece 511, because I'm an idiot. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Give me talk. Okay, for yeah. Smart move from desk. Well, the thing is, there's only limited amount of sympathy that people will have for this kind of system. Because also, yeah, from a completionist kind of, I said there, OCD completionist nightmare, there's a simple solution. Here, Resurgence looks pretty cool. You know, maybe I do like tits and ass. Maybe we go play some versus. Very unlikely that game has even more, like, as bad as like this system is on the horizon, and hopefully we get them to realize how bad it is. Yeah, that like game like that is 1,000 times worse. Yeah, I know it is very, but as well those numbers. I mean, while they are the BTS numbers, they're not per se final. But even if it was 120 and 5 or something, that's still a 1 in 20 for a god roll. Are you really gonna upgrade 20 Lexingtons to 30? Being a bitch, just give me the attack. Well, no, you can have it fully maxed out. No, it's not like the that system basically, but yeah, it's just percentage based low chances. Fucking finally. Yeah, how am I looking here? 6115. Let's make you all crit damage. What do I have then? Because that's also the thing, like moving forward then will become, and that's also just annoying. Like, oh, I got this new piece, I upgraded this piece, and now I have crit chance there. Oh, but I don't have too much crit chance, right? Like, because this is now like 9 crit chance instead of 6. So then, oh, I need to have, and then as well, I can't just recalibrate this because there's no recalibration on these items. Oh, I need to, you know, go farm another piece. Like, have you considered that I'm just going to say fuck you at some point? Because I have a better idea. How about I don't? How about I don't, and then I won't, and then we won't, and then we don't? Oh, did I have a 6 crit on this thing? From wherever, it doesn't matter, it's PTS. We have 45.9. What? Oh, because of the 0.9 in one of these mods. And that mod. So 61.55. Yeah. So with this, we'll keep the overdogs there, even though, because that's also a thing. Why ever use an exotic? Right? Like all of the exotics are now in their balance. Like, hey, this thing has 10.5 more health damage. Do you think an Elmo can or an Eagle can still keep up? Especially if this is all maxed, right? Like if it's the all maxed version. Do any of these keep up? And of course, yeah, they're gonna add exotics to that system as well, but not right away. So, well then, you've messed up a bunch already. Which missions do we have here? And so these are going to be weekly, it seems now. Also, the tiering is per mission, right? So you have to just keep doing the same. Should have made it overall. So that, although, well, then you would do the easiest mission to your tier 10. But then that's fine. Because now, yeah. Out of these, I'm going to pick that one. Because also that's a shitty set. Because even Space Admin is going to be annoying with the rooftop fight. Says page just want something increase with the although I would just say don't change the stat, just keep the stats maxed out. Yeah, you don't have the dopamine hit of something is maxed, but also with the way that the system is set up, this feels bad. Right? Like this feels bad. Like unless you get the maxed item, it's just like, oh shit, we still have a grind to go until you get this, and then that'll feel good. But is that worth also breaking the balance of the game? And then also, like, there's also this gear. So from what I understand, that when you go into incursion and stuff, we should go and try that. Like it goes back to normal values. So that means my crit's fucked up, right? At that point, like. Plus also nice buff to strikers. It really needed it, that weak build strikers. It really needed a buff compared to other, because things like tipping skills and stuff, they feed into stats. The stats are now effectively more diminished. Strikers is a separate multiplier. It isn't diminished. Like, something for the div 2 or even div 3. I mean, it will likely, I wonder, because keep in mind, Red Storm is not, like, there are layoffs, but a lot of, like, I've seen it be, like, people talking about it as if they're getting shut down. They're not. They are getting layoffs, but that's across the board, like, everybody's getting layoffs, especially as well inside of Ubisoft. But what they're going to become again is a support studio. They already have worked on Div 1 DZ, right? They've worked on, they made the Div 1 DZ basically. If you want some PvP experience, maybe you bring them into the fold, but yeah, we'll have to see what that actually becomes. But it could affect, but maybe actually more Div 3 actually. If I were them, I would just fold those guys into working on Div 3. But it's pretty crazy. Yeah. Because everybody that's the thing as well. Like, I get the feeling they're going like, oh, but you'll get a dopamine hit if it's max roll. But also, no, you'll get a fuck this game hit whenever it's not. Right? Like, grinding 90 exotics and then having like a Lexington and then going like, it doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel right at all. Like if I wanted to play WoW, I would be playing WoW. If I wanted to play Diablo 4, I would be playing that. Especially when it's like, it doesn't inherently need to be like having that uniformity. But that uniformity was one of the nicest things about both Division 1 and 2, and this is completely breaking uniformity. So blue cores, yeah. That's also one of the things, like, if I have this build, oh, I want to run with 2 blue cores, especially, you know, there's a strong global event or something. Can't. Right, like the core on this was record just to have that option. Can't. Like the recalibration, not having the recalibration is already like a super stupid thing, but on top of that, like yeah, they didn't work. Well, they're credited on Div 2 as well, but the original only. Which yeah, would be 2019, yeah. Because afterwards they were working on Heartland, but that didn't become anything. Exotics. I mean, they've been eventually they would need to be, otherwise exotics are meaningless if they do the stats. If they don't do the stats, then it's a little bit more manageable. And the PTS is up, yeah. Okay, yeah. I've only seen a little bit of Diablo 4 with like the release one, but generally in those games, like you have a lot of randomness and stuff, and that's part of the game, and you never have a meritocracy through that because it's also not needed, because you're going to be strong enough. What? Oh, yeah. So how does this work? Select mission. Oh, you can de-escalate it even. I know, tier 0, no price. Because also, even if you have the tokens, 8 hours. Okay, what? Is that actually the... Oh, okay. No, oh, it's an hour timer. They're reusing the UI from... But wait, actually... Wait, why am I out of ammo? What? Actually, you know, murder me. Kind of want to see what the fill screen here is. There's no price here yet.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Okay, so it just resets it so you lose the... Okay, that's how they're doing it. Wait, do I have to every time go through that menu? No, what? Oh, escalate mission. Okay, we can... Oh, we can escalate and we can de-escalate it back then. Okay, I get it now. Because yeah, the nut thing is for free, so... But even if we have the tokens, we need to unlock the tiers. But yeah, let's go do that. Let me catch up here fully. That's a level 5. I won't know, and we won't know until like a few hours in. Like, but also I'm not gonna keep going after escalation here. This is other people's terrain. I mean, basically this. Expertise 90. They didn't change it for PTS. It's still 90 exotics at the current time. Now or wait. I mean, you don't need more striker pieces. You need exotic components. You can grind now just to get the gear maxed out. And then in the future, you want to grind this mode. There will be not snow like for some. No, because armor, it will be, you know, 1.5% for Emperor's Guard or something. It's also, most of that is, you know, the stats rolls on gear armor regen is already not worth it. The 1.5 times of that is also not worth it. Is legendary? I mean, not really, because keep in mind, legendary is not just the difficulty of health and armor and damage. Oh yeah, actually, good point. Well, let me shoot some stuff here. We'll check the named items later. Because yeah, it would be weird. I'm curious as well about that as well. Catch some bait. Yeah, but like even then I can't. All right. Oh, you can buy next tier. Wait, let's go try that then. Let's take it to 5 or something. Yeah. So now for okay. No, so, not particularly. Yeah, that's yeah. People are saying that it would just be 7.5. From a usability standpoint, yeah, it would make a lot of sense because we need less crit. Here's one of these.
Thanks for your business.
Or is there other caches down here? No. Does it show how much I have here? They should just show the currency here too, actually. One piece. Yeah, keep in mind all the other stats are going up as well. It's not like rate of fire is so much better than crit or something like that. The only thing that will be true is like, yeah, crit chance you need less because, you know, 2 rolls of this, 2 rolls of crit chance here is better than like as the equivalent of 3 rolls in the past. Add 1 token to reach next tier. What? Do I still also need to unlock it then? Or is that not how that works? Let's maybe de-escalate the mission here. And re-escalate. I'm guessing I just need to complete at least once or something, right? Then. Oh, actually, that reads more like you just move up a tier to what you have unlocked. Because the unlocking is not just through currency, right? Or at least that's not how I think they explained it. This feels, and stat-wise it kind of is, of course, this feels like Redline is a... Some random status effects happening from augments. Of course, we might as well, a build like this would be likely like ages away. Unlocked buying, sorry. Nice. I mean, yeah. Thing is though that PvP, at least in DZ and such, like is self-balancing, right? Like the intention is that then eventually you get it to you. But they should at least disable it for conflict or something, but it is kind of a dick move towards PvP and stuff as well. Also towards raise and incursion. Actually after this mission, let's take it into incursion and see how... if it actually goes down in the stats. I'm guessing prototype gear on tier 0 is basically impossible, most likely. Let's also open some of the caches and stuff, or like the drops, just to... It just isn't worth it. I mean, yes, until now. They're trying to give a reason to make it worth it. But yeah, I don't really agree with the choice. It feels like I have like, yeah, a red lineup. Although maybe we should loot the caches on a future run. Although I'm gonna guess like prototype gear is basically impossible on these lower tiers. Also, we'll do this because also this is not what I want out of more challenge. I don't want to do this mission over and over again. Like, I don't want to just sit here and basically, you know, do effectively speed running of it, but then at higher difficulty the whole time. I want basically, yeah, master for all missions. Because this is also not what I'm looking for at all. Because I don't enjoy doing the same missions and over again, and we'll do it because of this, but I still need to get that Panda Day actually as well. Later on, we need to remember to get that. But yeah, like when I go down and do these missions with this gear, like it's going to be this difficulty. Like a tech tank is going to do what a striker tech tank is likely going to do the same amount of damage as a normal striker does currently. I am. My ghasts are all flabbered. You have seen a man with his ghasts flabbered. If you haven't seen one before, now you have. This is what it looks like when a person's ghasts are all flabbered.
Serious trauma detected.
So also, I actually have 1,000 more questions, but I'm also kind of short on time. Because again, as well, I don't know if anybody else is interested in maybe doing that in background while I'm doing this. What does it do to skill tiers? Because the answer is, I'm guessing nothing. So, you know, skills were kind of OP. Yeah, I'm forgetting. I'm not what I think I am. I'm just on a red striker and talking and not paying attention. I'm so used to running tech tanks. I'll say actually for this. Wait, let's do this. Why isn't escalation in that? So that. Just gonna. Let's grab that.
You see this?
You are so fucked.
This feels so much weaker than just like swapping between striker and normal. Oh yeah, I think as though that there's a little bit of like, it's not going to be all maxed out, but then on top of that we also have the augments. Like if I'm once fully leveled up and stuff, if I'm doing, you know, even one of the more utility ones of just, hey, every 30% chance on a bullet hit to apply a random status effect with a 5-second cooldown. That means we're just like, well, actually that 5-second cooldown makes it so that you would just take the 5% or something. But having even one singular 5% of that, and then like the bullet does double damage, whatever percentage that is, as long as it's a decent percentage. I know this is just exactly heroic, but that's also a given. Except, so it's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, this is actually this is the modifiers from the season modifier. I'm like, wait, it didn't have modifiers there, but of course, yeah, I just turned on the season modifiers map. So. Let's actually turn off the season modifiers. These are the hostile modifiers from this. Let me get over here. I'm so far behind. Hmm. Okay. But of what? Because I'm seeing that DM now, but like per drop or something, or per targeted, or because yeah, that you know, it's not per kill, of course. Because are these even coming from targeted source? Because that's also a question, right? Like, are these even tied to the mission targeted and stuff like that? Or are they just, because are they completion rewards or like? Zero point. Likely the system will work in the DZ, but yeah, it's gonna give the people that are already overpowered even more power, which sure. Because that's also the thing, like, yeah, people talking about like keeping it restrained to this form, that would just cost too much in the reward sense, and I don't like. I would prefer that too, but I don't think that would happen. It's just, yeah, then it just makes too little sense. But yeah, I just hope the stats don't happen. And then if you need to change the values here, you just change the values here too. But I'm sure as well, like, people have fucking soloed the incursion. Somebody's gonna finish tier 10 even with like a purple build or something at some point.
Local power offline. Circuit breaker detected.
I would assume all those systems are just in place. Of getting rogues and stuff. I wonder if a mission is invaded, if you can do an invaded version. And the big question is also, but we won't see that here. There's no event timeline here, right? The big question is, will overdrives work here? Very likely, but also will global events work here? Because if global events work here, what does any of this mean if I have Hollywood, right? What does any of this mean if I have assault? If you're getting Delta 04, maybe those issues are kind of there still. I'm guessing you mean from the PTS dot. Because earlier there were some issues with Deltas and people not being able to get in. So maybe you're having that now. Delta 4, okay. Keep trying to get in, and yeah, it might just be not on your end, and you just kind of, because I had that same thing earlier, and then eventually it kind of resolved itself, but it might be depending on region or something. Some regions still having issues, or maybe like leave it for 5 minutes and try again in 5 minutes if you're. That's maybe healthier. I was just refreshing over and over again, and eventually suddenly everybody got in at that was on that. So. I would be curious to see actually, eventually, if especially people wire sharking and stuff, if they figure out what was going on. Just in case, what you can do as well, I did it as well, but I don't think that was the issue. And also I didn't fix it, was to just verify files, but that'll take 5 minutes or something anyway. So maybe that's a healthy thing to do just while waiting. NPC drop, okay. But then it's just true targeted then, or? Overdrives generally work in everything, so there's it's gonna be a given they work in here, but that's already fucked up. But yeah, global events. Yeah. Yeah, that's also the thing. Like, what does any of this mean as long as the Tinkerer glitch exists? When there are also some others even, and then also of course like full-on cheating. Like, what does this mean to, you know, somebody sniper shotgunning the Nemesis at 1,000 RPM through a mission? Oh, are Nemesis and stuff fixed in here? You have a chameleon on this character? Actually, it must be because... no, wait, what? Where's my indicator at all? Oh, this flatline, never mind. I thought I was running this weapon. Okay, they fixed it. Killer had the wrong icon here. Like, Killer, this closed box, currently in the game, it's the counter from like Strained and from Optimus and stuff like that. So this having this already means it's fixed. Eagle also didn't have the right one, right? So yeah, Eagle's back. Actually, you would have a Nemesis, right? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Oh no, you would. Okay, so. Okay, luckily also they didn't do the thing because I saw the report on the Trello board and that was completely wrong. Like, whoever reported it like that really didn't get it right. Of like, measure doesn't count. Like, measure never counted the shots fired. Measured is this, measured is that, and then when you go into the second phase, the icon comes up. So yeah, it seems they fixed everything correctly there, so that's good. Let's get rid of these 3 Ravenuses. Who needs 3 Ravenuses? What I should do actually, so I have this gun. Yeah. It's annoying that you have to unequip it. Because actually for everything else, it's equip it and then you do it. Also, there's a direct way to Proto Lab. No. So I have to from here go to Proto Lab, kind of like expertise. Which stat is the best here even to get? I would say the Detox actually right now. Because 7.5 weapon damage is like half of this. 10 health damage. And health damage is a lot though. And then I have to remod it. I mean, yeah, it's basically reconfigure, right? Because also you have to remember afterwards that item is now missing. You're gonna remove the skin. Don't remove my skin. I need my skin to live. My weapon skin's fine. Let me catch up here. Just around. Yeah, it's mostly weapon handling. But also all of those are in the patch notes and stuff. Obviously, no. And yeah, the red one gives you handling. That's also, but I'm not against that, honestly. And it's a system of, because actually what it'll be, especially is like just like skill cooldown reductions through that. This is kind of a CC, but pretty. All of them are 90 seconds. Do they maybe once leveled up have better? Doesn't actually show a level there, but it has a progress bar. So actually, yeah, we have this would unlock. Oh, the cooldown is reduced by. But yeah, this is basically gadget destroy plus shock, and then I think like at max this was like a 40-meter radius or something. Oh, that might be from offensive stacks even. For allies inside 10, yeah, a heal. 10% armor. Wait, so we get 70% of our is basically an extra armor kit, but you can just trigger it in combat and just keep fighting. And likely as well increased by the blue stats. Okay. And then, yeah, it's a bunch of this bullshit, which honestly just sure this fit with my calculator face. So all of it is just there was nothing extra here except like messing with the numbers, right? Here's my ooh, we got magazine size from offense stacks, headshot damage from offense. Okay, so yeah, no, it's actually more impactful than I thought. Wait, what else do we have? Oh, stats. Oh, actually, that's the 3. Let's list them there. Black hat bones. So you could have a 60% magazine size increase alongside of the weapon handling. Max is 60, right? And that. At a base rate of 3%. So you could have 180 headshot damage. Wait, what? Base rate of 2. I wonder if you can with just 2 get to 60? No, okay, this just makes it, yeah. So, but then I'm gonna guess with 2 you can't. Oh, by 25. What? Oh yeah, so wait. Yeah, we'll mess with all that system later. I don't even want to talk now. But that's actually interesting. Although wait, so what do we get for yellow stuff then? In similar fashion. Oh, protection from elites. 30% at max, if you can get max. 60% hazard protection. But that also depends, like, can you have this and then have 60 here in some way? What's that? Skill repair status effect. Eclipse. High small cell. There's very much extra ruling on like Magic the Gathering cards. The middle, if the middle is equal to so nothing else. Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing with some of these, you likely can't. You can basically just do like +10 and then maybe like double it or something for 40 or something. So you just can't reach the 60. I would guess. Well, no, it just seems to be headshot and. Is there one magazine size? At least for reds. And honestly, if I can have 60 headshots, or well,
They're
no,
not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a chance.
although well, depends on well, 180 headshots. But likely that won't be possible. So likely you get like, although even like 120 headshot, that's a lot. You can reach like 40. Of course, one created prototype. You mean with a swapped core? I think it remains with the swapped core. But actually, so let's do the knee pad. Yeah, this one's the record part. Also this still. You're even gonna like keep the system as is. Like, why is this like this if you've done EUI stuff? Over 90 damage? No, it seemed to be just had because even one of the other ones referenced like it disables all of the stats, and then it had like headshot, magazine, and handling. So that's likely the only things we can make the red ones go to. But that shot from a damage perspective will still be an increase, but depends what we can get out of the other ones. Yeah. Only piece of gear. Okay. So yeah, it stayed red, but now it's 0%, so it likely went to a blue core. So, but that's just then a bug. We should check if this is a bug, a visual bug, or if it's actually, although we can see from here. $90 should be what I have right here. So, because usually if it's in there, it's already showing incorrect. But yeah, so this is a bug. Keep in mind that this is also actually a PTS, so stuff like that will get fixed, even if they don't listen to other changes. But something like that will definitely be fixed, but it should go with the stats that we have, because otherwise, yeah, a lot of builds don't work. But it's kind of buggy. Ooh. I also need to sleep in a bit as well, actually. But I need to go do some work stuff first. Let's finish off this mission, actually, and just... But also, also, why am I doing it on this again? Because we transferred to this again. Don't really want to play this again during PTS, but... We came here just to check if it was tied to that account. But... Gear visas. Oh yeah, although I still don't think it's from a value proposition, it's well hopefully easier to farm than than trying to get 90 per piece. Well, at least they didn't drop this like on the anniversary season or something, and just like, hey, the system is here now, deal with it. Although I wouldn't also expect them to do that. Like something bigger like this, they will always PTS it or check at least, I would hope. So far they've generally done But to me, I mean, I've made a whole video about it, but yeah, it should just be the augments. That way as well, the difference is not as big. I wonder if it's actually acting like as a blue core. We should actually check on the armor. Oh yeah, I've actually lost that first.
Diesel, what's going on down there? Diesel, are you dead too, you inbred son of a bitch? Everybody get to the arena, now!
Either that or just scrap it all the way. But I don't think they're gonna scrap it all the way. If put the time in, you want to get the investment at. Yeah. 1.6. 1.6. So yeah, it's not even a hidden blue core or something. It's just no status there. But that's just a bug. That kind of stuff gets me. I mean, it is PTS, right? Like this is what the PTS is for. That's also why there should have been a PTS with anniversary with some of the issues there. All of those will
Air filter function restored.
get enough. Current party is like unfamiliar with some of the other PTSs, but yeah, we've had some shit in PTSs that just has been much worse than this.
Listen up. We got devils
Or,
in our
stuff
house
like
and we need to
that.
kill us all.
Like,
Stand and
and
fight.
oh, because that one is an obvious like oversights. Like they just forgot to likely implement that stuff can be record. Even in the PTS, we have to shoot it as lights. Yeah, one stat will be full. I wonder actually if the weapon core were to max out, if it would just max out that weapon core still. Because yeah, one of the stats, always when you upgrade, one of the stats will be maxed out. But it's hard to tell there if that was just randomness. Well, likely, I mean, we have the resources here to check. We'll recore, or we can check with the Habsburgs and stuff, for instance. Stuff that's record.
No point fighting back.
And yeah, we need to run that in a bit. A little bit.
How do you like my driving? Come here, asshole!
Well, I'll be back in the evening. I was hoping to already start spreadsheeting, but we haven't yet. There's a lot to do, but there's time. Okay, and only tomorrow I'll be away the whole week, so there's...
Agent, West Potomac Park is under attack.
Including escalation, right? Guess it needs to reset the map to get it one up. I know the crit doesn't need 18. But I wonder if it if this was just random or if it... I'll try it with a few. I mean, we could... Actually, let's do that with the Habsburg items, maybe. Just can't remember anything else if here... Although, actually, some of the strikers from the tech tank. Some of those striker pieces. What else actually? Yeah, let's try with this. Let's unequip it already. It's annoying that they still also with like making new UI stuff and stuff. Why isn't expertise rolled into Tinkerer and then even Proto Lab into Tinkerer? Like, because it's still annoying that you have to do expertising through this. Like, why can't I just do it through Tinkering? That's one reason. That's not to do it. No, or just yeah. I mean, everything here that's breaking is stats. just keep the augments, lose the stats. Hashtag. Because if the stats were just normal recalibration, like this is fine then. Because yeah, they want to give like something to chase, but I don't want to chase this. I don't think anybody wants to chase this. Yeah, that's also why I'm not pushing for them to like just scrap it. But just to hashtag keep the augments, lose the stats. See, it's not target loot, it's just a random item out of the loot chart. Okay. Wait, it doesn't trigger through the... Or is it just the first piece, kind of the normal source drop? I'm guessing that. I can trigger over. Wait, it's not even targeted? Have they played Division 1? So all the items are just randomly in there. There's also, yeah. Jesus Christ. Why even have a PTS then with this system? Like because that's something that like needs to change at some point. Like you can't you what do you mean it's full random? Like, do you know how many items are here? Oh. This popped up way later. Okay, so now I have extra tier. 160. Okay. Let's see actually quickly these Habsburg items. So let's see if... Although I should have do it more with gear sets where there's just 2 stats. Okay, so yeah, this shows. Right, like this one stat, this is the stat that got selected to be maxed, but because it is record, it's messing up. So, but that's just a bug. Because on this one, we got the headshot. But yeah, the fuck is this system? Oh, it just only stays favorited. Or does it out of favorited? But yeah, so this item should not be able to exist. So it existing means, but yeah, this should have been, the weapon damage should have been maxed out. Well, that's at least, yeah, something to fix, but it's such an obvious thing to have tried, I feel, internally. Oh, I'm very much against this system. I've already made a long video about it, and I've been very vocal about being against the system. Like, I feel the stat increases and also the randomization of these stats and such completely breaks with like what I really like about the Division, which is that, you know, with optimization and stuff there, it's not about just farming gear and just chasing the loot drops. It's, you know, getting a build together, and then also because you're maxing out a build quickly enough, it inherently incentivizes. There's a reason that in Division, more than likely any other game, people go for more than one build. In other games, they incentivize that through classes. Here we don't have classes, but people still go for multiple builds. But they're breaking all that with this. Indeed. I mean, we basically took this super unicorn and made it purple. And not just purple like that, but actually purple gear purple. Right, like this is not effectively worse than purple gear version of this. It is purple too, so. But yeah, it's not superior. It's not the right purple. Cap skill damage is 120%. No. Do you mean just in general? Or your modifier or? No, in general, skill damage is like crit and stuff. It's whatever you have. The built-in diminishing returns keep it in check. Yeah. Needs to change, yeah. Like that. You. So then the only upgrade path is this. Like we keep going like, oh, it'll also drop and stuff, which was also my defense. No, the only upgrade path is this. There is if it's just random loot, the chances of getting random loot that is something that is in any way interesting and then has the right stats because you can't recalibrate. I mean, the fuck is like not even like I want a new word. The frou-frou. The visible. The visible. Stop gasting my flabbers. My flabbers have never been gasted this much. Stop it. Why is my flabbergasting in prototype? I've prototyped my flabbergasting. I am prototype speechless. Which is like 15% or like 50% more speechless than even though I'm talking. Don't worry about it. It makes sense in my head. Commander on side page, you see what the changes and range before upgrading to prototypes related visual bugs. Oh, I've looked at the stat page already. With the other item, we looked at the stats page, so it's not a visual. At least if it is a visual bug, it's also going into the stats page, which generally does not have. You know, you sometimes have visual bugs here, but that's usually the items, for instance, something bugging out with capacitor and stuff. You have a visual bug here, but it's technically in the capacitor. Here it's being equipped, and it is being 105. When I even go to this thing, although this should be 100, 100, oh, actually 120 even, yeah. Because yeah, the 15 plus, yeah. So yeah, it's not visual only. But we saw that already with the Heartbreaker piece that I had there, and also that Heartbreaker felt visibly, or like play wise, it felt way weaker instantly. Like just. We'll check it with the damage numbers and stuff by calculating side by side, but no, it doesn't seem to do that either because I'm at 870. So yeah, it just seems to be like it's just a bug. It's basically just bugging out and going like, I don't understand what's happening here. 0 weapon damage because there should be a blue core, and it's not giving the blue core nor the red core. It was really burst, yeah. But in the end, there's also a PTS bug, basically. After weapons able to be part-time. I mean, to me, like I've already spoken on this, I very much feel I would prefer. Actually, it's showing some of the season rewards here, even though we were not leveling up in it. It's showing some of them. Oh, it's actually showing just general rewards. Was agitator would not be. Oh, Black Tusk drone. Interesting. I wonder if that's a complete visual change to the Black Tusk style of drone. That would be cool if we could have that on our drone. Like the side-by-side one. Or like the two propeller one. But yeah, to me, like, don't do anything with the stats here. Keep stats the same as now. Optimization, recalibration, all of that available. Same values as well. And then just augment. Because augments by themselves are going to be like a lot already. Like augments are you know. Also, fuck off with this system as well, actually. Like, this should be just, this shouldn't be, because every time we do this, it costs more. So, immune to damage for 2 seconds. This bonus can refresh while active. But also, yeah, you have stuff like this. For example, 1% immune to damage for 2 seconds. I'm guessing where we get a take hit. But then is this 10%? And then could we have 60%? Would that augment? But yeah, this needs to just be a list as well. Because, for instance, yeah, when we change it and the cost didn't go up. It resets the XP on it, but so 2% healing dealt by your skills. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, so at least cost to reroll is up there. Oh, this is cost to level up. But yeah, this cost is going up. And yeah, so every time we do this, that cost goes up. That's 10. This is don't do these kind of shit. Don't bring back Phoenix credits and weapon rerolls. Especially, like, at least with the weapon rerolls, like, you had a list of like talents to pick from. Here, like, if you want a specific one, like, this is worse than, like, why are we bringing, like, reconfiguration here? Right? Like, just let us pick the one. Just make it a list. This shit, I feel I need to make a whole other video before even my thoughts on PTS on just the issues, more issues with prototype. Because all of this is just what the fuck are you doing? Like, even if that resource is plentiful, that system is still horrible. Like, even if, and likely this is not going to be that available. Yeah, let me catch up here. We'll catch up kind of, and then I need to run that. Let me already in the background look for somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end. Actually, I'm hoping those two maybe and stuff is still up. Although those might be rounding out pretty soon as well. I don't know. Might go with GC just for, so I know he'll keep going. Oh yeah, let me catch up here. Yeah, on the Habsburg I got more, but on the backpack I got more headshot damage. One stat will always go to the like new prototype max. One stat is guaranteed to do that. But then here, likely that stat was the weapon damage, and it went to the current buggy state max of 0. Likely here for this piece, that is a blue core piece, normally it is 0 min, 0 max. So that's likely what happened in the background there. But yeah, this shows basically that something, because this is then, if these two aren't it, that leaves one stat that could have been max. So. Just gonna. Oh yeah, no, this is all upgraded. Prototype gear is pretty rare from what we're understanding now, and also non-targetable. And shit, yeah. Farmford, yeah. Like, just the loot pool is huge. Even with targeted loot, try finding like just a good FAMAS or something. Like in current game. Try finding a detox FAMAS. Now it's also not even just a detox FAMAS, it's a detox FAMAS with the right talent. Because we can't recalibrate. I can't even imagine who thought this was in its current state workable. Sure. Yeah, if you want my thoughts, I basically added as kind of the tagline on that one. Keep the augments, lose the stats. I feel a lot of the issues here are, I mean, on top of that, like, yeah, with the stats, and just if the stats, if it isn't, you know, because if it's just a level 30 gear and you upgrade it and you still keep your recalibration and stuff, for instance, especially for weapons, so we can just, you know, here as well, I can't, like, we upgraded this one. I can't, like, the only thing I can do is reroll the augment. And this as well is every time that we do it, it's getting more and more expensive. Also, every time we do it, it resets the level progress. Which is like also why. Like, even that is a bad idea. At least we can level up augment, but I don't see why we, because it costs to level up, it says there, but maybe we need to have reached the level already on an augment or something to be higher. We'll see. Change. Yeah. Or that, yeah. Although, well, that would mean just then, yeah, that would work too. But then at that point, it might just as well be a list. Because, yeah, if you don't pay a price, if you don't take the other stats, then you basically can keep doing it and keep doing it. But then at that point, it might just make it to the recalibration list. This is effectively similar to the old, like, Div 1, you know, Phoenix credits and rerolling weapon talents. But even there, you got, like, a list of, like, 7 talents to pick from. It was a bigger pool of talents as well, but just, yeah. Yeah, indeed. I mean, yeah, the thing is, we need to publicly execute everybody, right? I think there's plenty of life here. And also, keep in mind, PTS, and they are PTSing this, and, you know, they didn't just drop it on us or something. So we have a say in it. Stuff like the chest there, that's just a bug. That'll get fixed. But the system here, I'm very much against. And I feel if it was just this, because these things are already cool. These things are, you know, already a damage increase or basically effective, you know, survivability and utility increases and stuff. And even damage. Just go with that. And the stats don't need to change. Also, once the stats don't change, it doesn't matter then. Keeping recalibration and optimization. Yes, you give up that major grind, but then also you give up that major grind. Now it then becomes just expertising stuff, but that's also then not okay. It needs to drop better. Even then, it needs to be targeted loot. It needs to be selectable targeted loot. Like, it should, like, why is that not? Yeah, it's kind of a downer. The reverse RPM meta. Well, no, because some are just repeats the last hit. Like, that one doesn't care about RPM. Some of these are RPM wise, but also even this, for instance, like, it has a 5-second cooldown. So once this is at like 5%, 1 in 20 shots, you're gonna cycle through it because of the cooldown and stuff. So yeah. because I've seen that RPM argument. I think for some of them definitely, but yeah, there's also stuff for not RPM. All gears upgrade to prototype and all the upgrades will be maxed out. No, so whenever you upgrade an item, one stat will guaranteed be the new prototype, but then actually it's a 5% for the other one and like a 0.3% for the third one. So it's a very rare thing to see actually one maxed out item. For instance, as well, the other items I had on that striker, for instance, these came from a cache that just gives maxed out items. Like even those will be extremely rare for what it is. No, it seems to go cap to 50. Some fixed percentage per level, and there's a leveling system there. I'm not sure if it's per level. It's going up linearly though. Well, we'll know likely soon enough. But yeah, if this is because there's 10 levels, that's what they've said. So if this is 0.5, I'm gonna guess at level 10 it's 5. So then it's a 5% chance to apply a random status effect from this weapon with a 5-second cooldown. Like that's already really strong on top of, having killer. All the talent and weapon or something better comes along. As yes. Very much yes. But yeah, just again, I feel, because I don't see, I feel not having the stats would allow you as well, because then you could have the optimization and recalibration and stuff doesn't matter then if it's just the max stat item, because you just take a max stat item that you have optimized already and then just, it needs to be max stat anyway already, and it'll just be those stats, and then you can keep the recalibration because fuck off for not having that. And yeah, you can't have it be full random drops. Like, what are we talking about? Especially when it is, in its current state, such a big upgrade. Like, even just, having 5% more DTAC here is just a straight up 5%. I don't have any other sources of DTAC. Sure, now or easier? No, not in the PTS. They've talked about making it easier to reach max PTS, but that's not here. At least the price for upgrading is the same. I haven't per se looked at if proficiency is easier or something. I mean, that's the same. I'll say 88k per level. So yeah, with the base item, no, it gets changed into the new item. Yeah, keep in mind that again, PTS. So I'm hoping as well. Like I don't want this with Division. Like I don't want infinite grind stuff. Like fuck off with that. Because also the thing becomes, what I also talked about in that video is like, once I have this, right, I'll play 1,000 hours, get this. Why am I playing this? Right? Like, right? Like, do I spend another 500 hours to grind up this to be the same stage? But then we have those two. Why would I play this? Right? Like, with the price and cost of everything that it is now, it's like untenable. It's crazy. Like, this is going from like, we went fully from like Teletubbies to like Happy Tree Friends. Like that's the like jump that this is basically. Just from just like la la la, everything is we can get gear pretty quickly to like grind. Yeah. And then also, yeah, it's tied to one thing as well, because that's also the silly thing with this. Like, if you're upgrading from the other sides, but if you're trying to farm, even if it had target loot and stuff for it, it's tied to one mode. So you're just doing missions over and over again, and then also weekly a set of missions per week. Like, yeah, like this is like a lot of choices I disagree with. But hopefully, yeah, I feel a lot of it is solved by just don't have randomness here in the stats. The stats stay at the same, same level. That as well helps with balance. You just keep the augment. And the augment by itself is already much, like a lot of incentive to go and farm. But then also, yeah, the target loot needs to be there on the other side of it. It needs to be gettable. It needs to be gettable beyond just expertise 30. Or expertise 30 then needs to be like a tenth of the price that it is now. I'm a level per kill. I have no idea what this XP is based on. Likely kill XP, that would be the most obvious thing, most likely. That's what a lot of systems are based on. When you upgrade your bird, you keep the max aperture than core from the previous item, but one of them will be maxed in the new stats. Yes. So basically, this was a because there's a caches that you can open here in the PTS, so you can have, and those will always roll everything max. But if this is upgraded Lexington, and one of the stats rolled max, the other two didn't. And the rarity of the other two stats rolling, one stat is guaranteed, the second stat is 5%, the third stat is 0.3% or 5% or whatever it was someone said there. So it's very unlikely. It's a 1 in 20 basically to have two stats maxed out. But that's even worse, because especially on a rare item like this, to try again, I would need to get another Lexington to 30. Because this isn't going to drop. This is not an item that drops. I would get another item, Lexington to 30, and try again. And then some lucky bastard is going to get that 3-piece one, and then they'll be the best speedrunner ever because they have a much better item than everybody else. That's why I'm not a big fan of this system. Okay, do you have abilities? Sometimes. I'm gonna link you to the recommended build list. It kind of depends like how equipped you already are. Especially for like solo heroic, I like running the tech tanks on that recommended build list. They're basically they add a little bit of survivability, and for general play, they just have more than enough damage still. Well, this one needs to be with that. They have more than enough damage still. They're centered around the Memento and having Technician. Memento, you can farm Retaliation for it. You would have to look up actually which faction drops the blueprint, but you can have your backpack set to backpack targeted. And you need Technician unlocked, which isn't too hard, but if you don't have ultimates, you'd need to do a few things to get that. But yeah, let's run that here. I need to get going because I'm actually even in the late now, which I was hoping to avoid. Yeah, let's go right in. Let's go with, because I'm gonna. Thing is, I'm gonna guess Dosey's gonna round that around now as well. So let's go with GC. We still need to raid him back. He's raided us quite a few times. We'll go with GC because I'm sure he'll keep going for now. Equalizer. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not that bad then. That's still faster than... I'm gonna guess it is kill XP then. Although, well, this would be a very little... Oh, maybe it's... Oh, is it the same system as proficiency? Likely, right? It's kill XP shared across all pieces. But then you don't need 88k for it per level. The way you need for thinking. Well, we'll try that out. We can calculate that out. Is PTSing, I'm leaving pissed off a little bit, but hopefully we can convince them to not do what they're doing here. This PTS, like the version of the game that the PTS is here, is not a game I'm interested in playing much, or well, a lot less than just even the current game. Like literally just hell. Can we have classic servers? Classic pre-year 8 season 1 servers. Okay. But yeah, but it is a PTS. I'm hoping a lot of things here I can't even see happening. Targeted loot not being applicable. No recalibrations, especially for instance for weapon talents and stuff. Like all of those things that definitely, like, I can't even see that happening to the main game. But above that, yeah, the hashtag keep the augment, lose the stats. Very much I feel about that. Yeah, let's run out here. I need to run, so let's go raid GC. I'll be back later this evening, actually, in like 3 hours time. Might even be back earlier, depending on how quickly I can get shit done. But also I need to eat and stuff, so maybe not. But we'll spend the whole evening then in PTS land. Let me get everyone last time here before we send everybody off. And well, hey there, Metrir, but also bye there, Metrir. We're rounding out here. Like, I haven't actually done a backtest retaliation. I did a little bit of escalation, and yeah, messing around with some of the gear and stuff. Interesting, the bars is moving like that. At low frame rate. When I'm clicked out of the game, it was moving at slow frame rate, and it was... but yeah, thank you all for joining me. Enjoy GC, who's doing also PTSing. Very likely, I can't imagine not being in there. I'll be back, in the evening, and hope to catch you then. And as always, have a good day.